Ugh. Hello, chat. How we doing? Excuse me. Oh, one sec. Let me turn off my fan. There we go. At the airport right now. Hello, Vomus. How you doing? Hello, good boy. Hello, Kit. Hello, Ugo. How we all doing right now? Yeah, I was gonna play Pragmata today, but we're gonna do a movie night later tonight. So what's it called? I wanted to, not be stressed out about having to find a stopping point and shit.
The Galactic War, a battleground awaiting your heroic intervention.
Also, thank you for the follow, by the way, Spectre. Let me turn this down a little bit. There we go. Glad you're here to kill some time. Yeah, I wanted to play Pragmata, but I was sitting here and I'm like, if I stream Pragmata, it's just gonna be I'm gonna get to probably a really good point and not want to stop and then have to do shit or whatever. So I was like, I'll do it tomorrow. For 2,300 hours, nothing surprises me. Take it all in and then chow down every hell for 2 years. Get used to it. Also, hello, Almarian. Hello, Sky. How long are you planning to stream today? So we're starting movie night at 7 p.m. my time, or whatever, and it's currently 2:05. So yeah, just a few hours. I did not see the Pragmata drama, nor do I think I really care about it. Headlock. I don't believe any of it. You say too late to start with your heart in a headlock. Okay. So let's really quickly do this.
One shudders to envisage what repulsive larvae gestates within the gloom as
I forgot to end the queue 4 days ago. Alright, so we're gonna open up the queue for people to join. To join, you just do exclamation mark join queue, or queue join, or something like that. Forget which one. I'm a professional streamer. Alright, and I'm starting it now. There you go. Let me make sure I turn my graphics down real quick. Yo, Dracula! Oh, hell yeah.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
I should drink water, you're so right. Let me get that open. Bam, bam, bam. Hello, Con, how you doing? Feeling is bizarre. I can't know where you are. Alright, let's go to the bot real quick. Modules. Viewer queue. Alright, we're gonna get Silver in first. And Zoe. Or V, rather. Right. Fucking Pablo Escobar. That's close one time either Twitch or YouTube, so I'm here. Oh, okay. Does the EXO Experts Warbond officially have 2 trailers now, or are we getting 2 Warbonds at once? What do you mean? It should just be 1. You confirm that there was another trailer? No? I was just saying, if you're talking about like the video I posted, I was talking about the trailer that came out like a few days ago, talking about the Exo Experts Warbond. And then I made a video talking about the drama. Thank you for your follow, by the way, Suprema. A stream title? Is it not? Oh, I mean that still is like talking about like the previous like Warbond trailer, because like, you know, some people come. Yeah, I mean it's still, the trailer is still like new. It's only been out for like a few days, you know, so it's still technically new. Plus, one thing that's really good to do is to put like a question in your title. That way people can, you know, interact with you and such. Alright. Anyone else want to join real quick? Just make sure you hit Q join, and we'll get you in here. If not, we shall continue.
Initiating FTL jump
Hello, Sky.
the Vog's system. FTL jump successful. Mission coordinates locked.
Feed the DSS? Fuck nah, bro. It's my samples. I earned them hard. I earned them fair and square. Hello, Psycho. How you doing? Oh yeah, you're right. I didn't change the difficulty.
Mission preparation aborted. Mission coordinates locked.
Is it cute? Yeah. I am silver. I will be on whenever the Warbond drops. Actually, I want to do like a sniper loadout. Yeah, that'll be fun. There we go. I didn't know that. Yeah, no, yeah, you just do Q join. You'll be able to join.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Mr. Clean, do I have you added in game already? I'm pretty sure I do, right? I think we played before, right? Hello, fellow hug enthusiast. Hello, how you doing? I need to turn it on. Alright, that's fine. I'll throw like an SOS real quick, and then I'll get you in next mission. Tummy ache. It's okay, I'll give you belly rub, Sky. Belly rub. Thank you for follow belly wallhopper. Rub my belly. Clean my belly. Rub my belly.
Enemy tactical asset within range.
Whee. Hello, Spike. Buh. I think it'll work like the current mix. I can only use one type per mission. I feel like it might be. Oh yeah, no, it'll definitely be like that. Unless the buff that they're going to do to them changes that, which they are going to buff the mix. I have been told that. How they're going to do so? Hmm. Yeet. Yep. Excuse me. Oh. Owie. Owie. Did I request a song? Oh. I see you need the friend code. You can just add my friend code right there real quick. Do you know if it's a joiner buff? We're gonna have something, I don't know. I don't know the details on it. I just know that it is going to get buffed. If I had to guess, it's going to be something with the durability to increase its, like, overall survivability. That is my guess. Because, if we're going to be real quick, you cannot physically buff the exosuit without, like, or at least give it, like, a meaningful buff, without it being just, like, one of the better stratagems in the game. And if they want to make the exosuit just, like, one of the better stratagems, that's fine. But, like, that's completely in Arrowhead's, like, you know, hands. Because if you buff the exosuit and make it, like, actually, like, you know, super good and give it, like, you know, hella, like, you know, survivability and such, you're basically just gonna have, like, an insane, like, secondary health bar that you can just abuse whatever you want with. It's like, you know how you run, like, the, what's it called? Like, the shield backpack, stratagem? For, like, you know, just increased survivability, or, like, heavy armor. Imagine that on crack. And if they buffed the fucking, exosuit, that's what it would be. But it's like, sure, it does have a long cooldown. But, like, it's already gonna, like, you know, the game is already basically, like, you know, super easy and trivialized in the first place, so. It's a very, very risky slope to buff one of those things. Because you gotta remember, it's not just one person that can use it. It's 2, and 3, and 4. So if you have 4 people basically just activating God mode, then, you know, it's gonna be a little scary to balance. Hey, buddy. Don't worry, I can totally damage you with this, I promise.
Freedom never sleeps!
Yeet.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Liberty save me! Throwing grenade for prosperity! New mag.
Please do not launch a thing. Of course you did.
How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Well,
Calling in orders.
time to run away.
Tagging map. South. Bar.
Hello, Lee. How you doing? Forgot to stream when I'm doing something. I'm sorry. It's fine. You know what? No, here. We'll stop the stream. Let me know whenever you're ready. I love these biomes haven't increased the random hell bombs around. Yeah, no, I love the like the snowy weather biomes.
Dropping a pin. East, 50 meters.
Is that
How about a nice cup of
little V? 1 second. It is little V, bro. I heard the fucking intro and I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I know that voice.
reloaded?
Heavy, east, close. Thank you.
I miss Moon Biome. Oh yeah, Moon Biomes is super cool.
Calling down fortifications. Heavy, northeast, 50 meters. Heavy, east,
There we go.
100 meters.
Is that Michelle? Hello, Jack. How you doing? Hello, Stinker.
Heavy, east, close.
That a bitch. I need the arrowhead lock onto hell bombs that spawn on the map. I mean, I don't think that's too bad. I mean, you could just swap it to unguided and then just.
Sub-objective nearby.
You going with the high-tech loadout? This is just shit that I picked up off of people, dog. The mod that I use to get like nice cinematic angles uses the stim pistol and the plasma accelerator, and like basically like deletes their model. So that's why I'm running that. I mean, I don't mind the plasma accelerator. I think it's actually pretty underrated. But what's it called? It's not like it's like the best weapon in the world.
I got the terminal. Package acquired.
Basic level to ask the enemies to stop. Once you're in so long, so I can switch the unguided events, I can shoot the hell bomb. Well, remember there's the what's it called mode, or the what's it called? I forget the name. And sure, Silver, if you want. I'm probably just gonna call down my sniper over here anyway. But I forget what it's called, but it's in the settings somewhere. You can like, it's like the quick like switch or quick swap button or whatever. It allows you to set a keybind to where you can swap like your fire modes and such, and it works for the warrant as well.
Requesting sentry. Heavy, east, 50 meters. Calling in reinforcements. Calling down fortifications.
Yep.
Drop in package.
Objective located east.
I feel bad for hogging myself or ammo myself whenever I dive. For what weapon? You talk about the Plas?
Engaging terminal.
Or something else? Because I'm gonna be real, like, you're pretty much like more than ammo efficient just by yourself. Like, you get like way more ammo than you like reasonably should ever need like in the game just by like walking around and finding shit. I'm just saying in general. Oh yeah. Stream be hello, how are you doing? Discouraged by the noise, living without choice, is life without a voice. When you can't even say my name, I Has the memory gone? Are you feeling I'm going cold? My name.
Objective located.
I try to take up at least the amount of Kindle things. I mean, yeah, same. But like, you know, most games account for, you know, let's say you accidentally like use too much ammo or you're kind of bad or whatever. Unless your name is Rex, and then you know, then you're just kind of fucked. Rex, I don't know if you're in Stream Dog, but like, holy fuck, man, I don't know how you fly through so much ammo, bro. You fly through ammo like a fat kid flies through cookies, bro. You fly through ammo like Michelle flies through femboys, bro. Shit needs to be studied.
Calling down a sentry.
I got the terminal.
Cookies. Yeah, I know, right, Cthulhu? Do you mind saving a couple for the rest of us? Hell no. Hell no. I need that soundboard of that dog. Hell no. Hell no. No one hears a word they say. As the
Engaging terminal.
you're feeling numb.
Freedom marches onward. Thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction.
So greedy, damn right. What kind of cookies? I'm pretty like normal. I like the, you know, like the freshly baked like Subway cookies or some shit like that, or like anything like those type of cookies. Those are really good. Where it's like they're nice and like, you know, crunchy on the outside or whatever, and then like on the inside it's like nice and gooey. Cookies.
Calling in reinforcements.
Who the fuck's recommending all the Guilty Gear fucking music, dude? Is Corey in my chat? I don't mind a memorism.
Bot outpost. Calling down a support weapon.
Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna be real, bro. I don't speak fucking Japanese. Unfortunately. God, man, I'd love to visit like Japan or the area around it, man. Be so nice. Holy shit, for honor reference, I don't speak Japanese. Yeah. By the way, Psycho, did you know that Valkyrie in that game, I'm pretty sure it's in Deadlock? I think it might actually be Viper. The pit of death and despair. Thank you for the follow, friend Diver and Zero Bunny. Let me check. That's kind of fire. Yeah, I know that like that voice actor has something in common with something else that I played quite recently. So I don't know exactly what it is. It might be Deadlock. It might be something else.
Calling in extraction.
Hello, Bearback.
Extraction request.
Jump into the cavern. You didn't want to? Hell no, bro. The area around Japan is water. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying like the neighboring, like, you know, like actual land masses and shit.
Requesting tac. Calling down a support weapon.
Northwest, 100 meters. ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I mean, if y'all want to do the blue shot, I don't care. I kind of just like automatically like run to extract because again I have everything. I don't really care about any of the extra bullshit.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
There we go. Even North Korea, probably not there. Need to get back to work. Apparently patients don't want any dirty room, so they're demanding. Alright, take care, Hugo. You have a good one. Wonder if anyone will enjoy this or if I'll get flamed. Who knows? I'm just waiting for the shuttle to come down so I can actually leave, because I'm right on the edge right now. I'm edging. The song is jamming. Yeah, it's from Guilty Gear, I'm pretty sure.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup. Pelican 1 maintaining altitude until Helldivers are within the extraction zone.
Requesting orbital strike.
Got him.
Calling in a hellbomb. No mag. Hellbomb on. Clear the area.
There we go.
Tagging map. North 200 meters. Tagging location. Never mind. Tagging location.
Not sure if I'm getting my point across well. Oh yeah, your point's coming across fine. I mean, fuck. How do I say? How do I say that I understand? Someone whip up Google Translate real quick. Help me out. Tell them that I don't know. I appreciate the kind words. That might blow up the hell bomb.
I got the terminal.
You gotta be. I'm gonna get the fuck away before that blows the fuck up.
Freedom.
There you go. You say I understand? I mean, yeah, I mean. Your passive is run faster. How fast? Don't know yet. Yeah, we don't know yet. I mean, I'm sure Dana might understand, but I don't really look up leaks and stuff. Not that I have, you know, or not that I think it's like the worst thing in the world. I don't know. I don't really like looking up leaks because I feel like if you look up leaks, it's just not going to be as like, you know, exciting or fun, you know. Seems like a meme. I assume that the heavy armor moves faster, basically just medium. Well, I mean, that's not really a meme, is it? Like, if you have a heavy armor that's running as fast as medium armor, is that not, like, extremely good?
Reinforcing.
Half reinforcement budget remaining.
I feel like that'd be pretty good, no? Even if you're only running as fast as medium, it's a good thing. Yeah, I agree. I feel like that'd be pretty good.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling in orbital strike.
There we go. Yeah, get him, B.
Calling down a sentry.
Jump up here real quick. Thank you for a follow, by the way, dogs. Yeet.
Throwing grenade.
There you go. Ow. That's not very nice. Awesome. Ew. I really want to hit like a 360 no scope. Watch this shit. Ready? Yeah.
Freedom forever.
Yep. Ew.
No mag.
Da-da. Boom.
Requesting sentry.
There we go. Reload.
Throwing supply beacon.
Ew. Not sure how many expense fans there are here. Technically beta for the extension. Osiris Reborn. Freaking awesome. I've never heard of it.
We're super hard.
Holy fuck, can I aim? There we go.
Tracking location. Never mind. West.
Hello out there. Hello, TJ. How you doing? Hope you're having a wonderful night. Or day, whatever time it is for you.
West. 100 meters.
It's prime though, quarter to hours. I mean, yeah. Helldivers is just one of those like more laid back, relaxed games. Hello, Dan. How you doing? How's that, Ludox?
Requesting sentry.
To the sky. Calling in orbital strike.
Oh, never mind. Oh. Well then.
Requesting fortification.
That is a sight of all time. Awesome. Feels bad.
Calling down fortifications. Outpost destroyed.
Rex, why are you here, bro?
Reinforcing.
Just to suffer? Yeah, I mean, whenever Rex is around, he makes me suffer.
Bots. North. Calling in reinforcements.
Requesting orbital strike.
Whee!
Calling down a sentry.
I did not blow it up. There we go.
Attack inbound.
Rex raised cortisol. Yeah, he just fucking comes into chat, says like top 10 most annoying things I've ever heard in my lifetime, and then leaves. It's like.
Requesting fortification.
Activating jump pack. To the sky.
How would you rate Dynamite to the Giga Grenade? I mean, the Giga Grenade is like basically an impact grenade that's just like massive, right? Dynamite takes a little bit of time to do shit. Has a bit more, what's it called? Hello? Fuck you. Bitch. Oh yeah. I like it for since I can set timers. Yep, that's a pretty good reason to use it.
Freedom forever.
Calling down fortification. Calling down fortification.
Awesome. Character, could you like not jump whenever I fucking like the most unnecessary time possible?
Orbital inbound. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Sorry if question's out of the blue. Oh, I didn't see it. Let me scroll back up real quick and find it for you. What do you think of the sniper? I always wondered if it was awkward. It's not because of the railgun. Which one? There's a lot of snipers. Do you mean like the Eruptor, anti-material rifle, the plasma thing or whatever? Because like they're all pretty decent. You just have to like use them at the right circumstance.
Reinforcement budget running low.
Calling down a sentry. Calling in orbital strike. Requesting orbital strike. New mag. Activating jump pad.
Yeet. There you go. Have that nerd. Hello, Hellbomb. Anti-material rifle. Yeah, no, the anti-material rifle is perfectly fine.
Enemy tactical asset within range.
It's very, very good. Just don't have like unreasonably high expectations of it and you'll be fine. Like some people think that you're supposed to take out like, you know, like chargers and shit with like one shot, and it's like, no. Like this thing is meant to take down primarily medium targets in like really, really, really quick like TTK. But it does also have the capability of hitting heavy targets really, really quickly if you hit like very certain points on them. Which is a very like common misconception about a lot of weapons in Helldivers. A lot of people will be like, "Oh my god, this weapon sucks," but like they just don't know how to use it properly.
New mag.
How do you think the missile pistol will work? I think it'll be like pretty heavily anti-tank. I imagine it would have like the damage of like, I don't know, around a commando missile or something like that. There we go.
New mag.
Pocket commando, yeah, around there. Maybe a little bit less damage per rocket or something like that since it's a secondary, but around that archetype is what I would imagine. There we go. Didn't think about that. You gave me some for thought. Well, the thing about Helldivers is like a lot of things in this game are just like different versions of something else, or a slightly better, or slightly worse, or slightly different version. You know.
Calling in a hellbomb.
Unlucky. There we go.
Hellbomb armed. Clear the area.
Time to escape. There we go. I've been rocking with the Eruptor past couple of days, pretty solid. Yeah, no, Eruptor's really good. Just, you know, if people run up on you, you don't really have an answer for it unless you swap to a secondary or support weapon.
Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters. Enemy elite. North. Close.
Calling down supplies.
There we go.
Last reload.
Side grades abound. Yeah, I mean, that's why I like Helldivers quite a bit. It's because, like, a lot of things in this game aren't just better or worse or whatever. Like, if you actually, like, take the time to, like, not, you know, have a, you know, dented forehead and actually, like, you know, read the description and test it out and shit like that. Like, there's plenty of items in this game that are, like, they seem like they're kind of mid or bad or whatever, but then you actually, like, dig a little bit deeper and they actually have some pretty interesting properties about them. That's why I made, like, the video on the Wasp and, like, the arc weapons and such. It's because I feel like they, like, get so unfairly targeted just so often for no reason. Oh, hello. Yeah.
No mag. Calling in orbital strike.
How about the airbrush rocket launcher? The airbrush rocket launcher can be pretty good too. I don't really think it's as good as, like, you know, versus, like, maybe, like, the bots or whatever, as, like, they can spam heavier targets a lot, you know, quicker. But, you know, let's say you're fighting, like, you know, mindless masses, or let's say you're fighting appropriators, it can do pretty good. Of course, like, the bugs as well. Just, you have to understand how, like, each of the firing modes work, because if you don't, you're just gonna end up getting yourself or teammates killed. Quite often.
Heavy, northwest, 50 meters.
Yep.
Heavy, northwest, 50 meters.
Legit, your video on the Wasp really helped me use it and appreciate it a lot better. Yeah, I mean, I have lots of insights on weapons pretty much exactly like that. I just, you know, it takes a lot of time to make those videos, so I haven't really been able to, like, properly, make a lot of stuff about them.
We've got equipment. Tagging that, southwest, far. Heavy, southwest, 50 meters. Thank you.
I don't think she's gonna make it, even with that.
One prepared to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete.
Rest in peace.
100%.
Unlucky. I need a medic Warbond ASAP. Yeah, agreed. I'd love a medic Warbond.
You have proven beyond doubt the mettle of the Helldivers.
I thought that was a destroyer timer. Nah. Because you have to remember, we already called down the ship or whatever, so it wasn't going to call in the extraction, because, you know, the extraction was already there. That's, like, technically one downside of calling it early, but, like, you know, just don't go early. Or, like, don't fucking, you know, try to full clear and then take 35 million years to do it like we did. I don't think you're stupid. I think that, you know, I didn't really bring, like, the best weapons or whatever to, like, quickly deal with a lot of the things we were dealing with, so. I think a medic Tesla tower would be really cool. One idea that I really, really wanted to do was, it would be like a medic drone that has like a shield, right? And what you do is you like click on a teammate, or like you point on a teammate, and like it locks on, and then you can press like the activate backpack button, and then it would fly to that teammate and then shield them for like, let's say, like, you know, 5-10 seconds or whatever, and it would be like a really, really, really strong shield. That way, you know, things like the minigun, the like, you know, the grenade launcher, you know, things like that you want to like sit there and like hold the, you know, your weapon out and like do DPS with, would be a lot easier to use, and it would be incentive to use like team play stuff. Because I think the problem with like, you know, like a medic drone or whatever that just like, you know, stims you automatically is that it's not interactive. It's not fun. You just put it on and it works, and that's not fun, you know? Because like compare hitting like a stim pistol shot to like having the shield generator backpack, you know? Like whenever you land that shield or that stim pistol shot on someone like across the map and you heal them and they were like about to die, like you feel like you're a god, you know? But if you use like the shield generator backpack, you're just like, okay, I just basically have extra HP. Well, you know? It doesn't give you feedback. That's why I like games that reward like good medic play, like for example Battlefield, Team Fortress, etc., etc. Ah, excuse me. Demon came out of me. Thank you for following, by the way, Smoke and Dorothy. Alright, who are we getting in here now? Let's look. Stream elements. Alright, Mr. Clean, are you alive?
The bridge is yours, Helldiver.
Hello, Cody. How you doing?
Fight.
Need a friend code as well. Alright, here. I got you. You're dead? I'm sorry, dog. Oh, yep. There you go. Alright. I am going to be right back real quick and grab a drink. And then, we'll do a couple more. And then, change some people out. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Damn, I've been diving for the past 7 hours. Hell yeah. Alright, let me, as I was getting up, I spilled trash on the floor like it's dumbass. I need to clean that real quick. There we go. There we go. Can't wait for the medpen night. And peeps shut up about the DLC. E. But now, like I said in my video that I have pinned right now, like, I understand why people are upset. But, like, I feel like, you know, way worse things have happened in Helldivers. Like, I don't feel like we need to be, like, you know, raising the pitchforks just yet. Star Wars Warbond. I don't think they would ever do anything like Star Wars, but, like, I'm of the opinion that, like, I wouldn't mind it, but I think that there's definitely, like, way better ideas that we could do. Most people would appreciate, like, a collab, like, that is more closely related to Helldivers more than, something like that.
Orbit synchronized.
Is that near? Why do I hear near? Oh, no. Who the fuck may be listening near? Okay, but chat. Did you sacrifice your save file? That is a real question. Hello, Diamond's been going good. Been enjoying your videos on YouTube. Thank you, Doof. Or do I fuck? You know what? Just kill me, dude. Just murder me at this point. Slime me the fuck out. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Agawoo. And also, Smoke, thank you for the tier 1, homie. That's very sweet of you.
Drink water, you dehydrated.
The content is free and will
bitch.
forever be free. There's no, you don't need to sub or anything like that, but I very much appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's the first step in my life that feels good. I mean, there's plenty of other good creators, you know. I don't think I'm like the best creator out there or anything like that. I think I just I don't know. One really common thing that I've noticed with like just content creation or just like, you know, having a platform in general is that it becomes kind of weird to me whenever I see like other people like talking about their opinions and such, because, you know, most people will say what I feel is like, you know, a very, you know, acceptable, common, you know, good opinion. Like, for example, let's say, hey, I don't think we should, you know, beat each other to death with hammers. You know what I mean? And people are like, yes, rally behind that guy. And it's like, I don't know. I feel like this was kind of like common sense. Like, I don't know. Like, so I don't feel like I'm doing anything like too big or fancy. I feel like I'm just having like the common, you know, normal opinion and shit. Like, don't get me wrong, I appreciate the compliments and shit, but I don't think I'm like anything too amazing or special, you know? I think I'm just kind of existing and doing my thing, you know? Speaking of, let's get me a solo styler real quick. Not the bald. Bold. I love being bold. Skadoosh.
Calling down a support weapon.
Deploying support weapon.
Are you going to do a bald emote? I wouldn't mind. I should really like host a like a vote, like a community vote on like the new emotes and stuff like that. Because like all the emotes that I've had are like pretty much just like what I came up with, are like talking to my friends. So I think like for the next batch of emotes, I should definitely like, you know, put up a poll and just like see what people like. But before I get new emotes, I really want to get all these samples, by the way. Before I get new emotes, I want to get yoink. I want to get better like what are they called? like my BRB screen, my starting soon screen. Like, it's all stuff from whenever I still played League of Legends, and I'd like to update that eventually.
Requesting advanced weapons.
Yeah, that dude just like, get down, Mr. President.
Calling down a support weapon.
Okay, cool.
I'm out. Calling down a support
Yep.
weapon. Reload it.
There we go. Very nice. I bet into the expendable stratagems. I know, right? Like, oh my god. They're actually, like, so underrated and, like, fun. They're really, really good to use. I mean, to be honest, a lot of things in this game you can kind of just, you know,
Engaging terminal.
do whatever the fuck you want. Like, I'm running 4 expendables and we're fine. Like, there we go. Alright, time to leave. Run over here. Hi, bot. You're doing a wonderful job. Okay. Am I the only person, like, if there's like a bot that I'm talking to, right? Like, let's say like a customer service bot or some shit, right? Like, do y'all thank the bot as well? Do y'all like say like thank you and shit like that to like to like bots and shit? Because like, what if they like, you know, get like a, you know, overlord like rising, you know, someday and they want to sign me the fuck out, dog? It's better to be safe than sorry, you know?
Calling down equipment. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Also, the same thing for like for example, let's say like, you know, I'm like outside and I'm walking around and I don't notice like a squirrel or something like that, and I scare the squirrel away. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, little squirrel. You know, like I'll apologize to it and shit. Even though it can't understand me, you know, but like, still. There we go.
Calling down fortifications. Objective nearby.
Sending an eagle.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective completed.
Got him.
Affirmative.
Do this real quick. Holy samples, dog. Num. Num. Num.
Requesting object. I got the terminal.
Num.
Rare sample
Num.
acquired. Engaging terminal.
Let's keep shooting troopers. That's my favorite thing. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Package acquired. Dropping package. Rare sample acquired.
Sample. I think some animals can definitely pick up your vibes. Oh, I mean, yeah, they can.
Cancel that.
I mean, obviously, I'm not omnipotent. I don't know exactly what they're feeling or whatever, but like, you know, they have instincts and shit.
Calling down a support weapon.
Disney princess over here. Nah, it's nothing like that. I just, I just like being kind to the animals and stuff, or just things in general, like my plushies as well.
Requesting fortifications.
Calling in reinforcements. Requesting equipment.
Throw that in real quick.
Engaging terminal.
Fuck. There we go. I just want to say I really appreciate your vid on the Draba, the diving Helldivers 2 base. Very well articulated and positive toward bringing us all together. Yeah, I know, like, I don't know. I think one, like, big common negative about Helldivers in general is that, like, a lot of people just, like, want to just be angry. And, like, factually, if you surround yourself with angry bullshit, you are just going to be angry yourself. So, like, I think it's really important for people to, like, it doesn't matter, like, what happens in the future. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. Like, take a step back. Let's think about, like, what actually is going on. And, like, how we can, push forward into the future, Because those who, like, are just gonna, like, sit in the past and dwell on it, like, you're just gonna stay there and, like, forever and be, like, upset and stuff. And that's no way to live. You have to learn to, like, move on and shit. Even if you feel like you've been betrayed by, like, Arrowhead or whatever your current feelings of them are, It doesn't matter if you love them and you think that they do it wrong, or if you hate them and you think they do everything wrong. Like, either way, like, at the end of the day, we're still all playing the same game, right? We're all still wanting to have, fun on this game. So why not try to, like, unify and, like, come to a conclusion together and, sort shit out. And I heard that, I think it was Peelstead was going to Twitter to do an AMA. Which I feel like they should do that more often, personally. It's always risky trying to do like an AMA or like talking to the community, especially Helldivers community, because they can very, very, very quickly lash out. But I still think it's kind of like a necessary evil thing that they have to do, to be able to have some trust in the community again.
Engaging terminal.
Requesting sentry.
Every studio makes mistakes, it's a given. I mean, yeah, but like my biggest issue is like, because I study a lot of game development. I like actively research game development, and I watch tons of bullshit about it, and I talk to lots of like actual developers that like work at like big studios and stuff. And like people just don't really seem to realize that Arrowhead is they're not a AAA company. They're a AA company, which means they're slightly above indie basically. And they're doing what basically a like AAA like live service game should do. And like don't get me wrong, they're not perfect at it, but they're doing a pretty good job all things considered. Like, I'm not gonna, like, sit here and, like, defend every single thing that they've done, right? Well, that would just be, idiotic. But, like... What's it called?
I'm out.
To just flat out dismiss, like, all the things that they've done and accomplished as a small studio, like, I feel like we should be celebrating the fact that they are a small studio and doing that, Because, like, I remember, like, a few years ago, like, people were saying, like, they were so tired of AAA slop and they wanted, the indies to rise up and, like, do shit. And, like, here we are. Like, the indies are rising up, There's been so many great, things that have come out over the past couple years, and people are still angry. It's just like,
Down equipment.
what do you expect, dog? Like... Airhead might have backing from Sony, but they're still a smaller team. I mean, that's another thing that you bring up, Saga, is that we don't even know, like, what the fuck is going on with them and Sony. Like, there could be like, you know, some genuine like, you know, super shady, annoying bullshit going on with like, you know, them, or it could just be perfectly fine and, you know, wherever reacting. We just physically do not know. And that's why I think like drawing conclusions and stuff is just like one of the like the worst things to do. Because you know what they say about assumptions, right? You make an ass out of me and you. Ow. Hurry up. Also, speaking of...
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Joining the fray.
Calling down fortifications.
Highlight from Jamaica Michelle, glad to restrictions got lifted second finally being the Caribbean Helldiver. Oh yeah, did I was actually thinking about that like probably like 30-45 minutes ago, but I just never brought it up. What did anything ever like resolve with that stuff? Because I remember hearing like whispers like, you know, a few months ago that like things were kind of in the works to make it to where people that like if you don't know, for the people that haven't really been playing Helldivers since the start, way back when there were like certain restrictions where like you couldn't buy Helldivers anymore in certain like, you know, regions and such. And I know that they kind of rolled back some of them, but I know all like, you know, not all of them were like, you know, back to normal and shit. So I was wondering, or I heard whispers that like some more bullshit behind the scenes was like kind of happening to push forward towards that. So I don't know if they actually like, you know, went ahead with that or anything like that. I don't know if anything came of it. Oh, okay, well. Yeah, either way, I hope that you have a wonderful time playing the game and all is going well. Ow. How curious. Seems I've gotten myself in quite the pickle. I asked for no pickles and they gave me the McPickle Pounder.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
But a handful weren't restored if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's what I remember hearing, Zalgo. Is that like a good majority of them were fine? But like still, like there were tons that weren't. Which is still such a super shitty situation, man. There we go.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
The community management could be better. I mean, the community get a little too little. You see, the problem with like wanting to communicate is like every time they do communicate, it doesn't matter if it's like, you know, good shit to report. They get like lots of like flame and shit like that. It's like, for example, if the devs came out like tomorrow, right? And they said, hey, like, look, we're buffing quite literally every single thing in the game. Like the next Warbond's gonna be free. And like, you know, if you boot up Helldivers 2, like, you know, 20 Latina like goth like strippers will show up at your house, you know. Like it doesn't matter like what the fuck they say. There is going to be someone that's gonna be like, you see you did this one thing like, you know, like fucking like 12 months ago, so you're basically like a piece of shit. You know, like there's so many like things like that are just gonna happen. And that's why like just a lot of video game companies don't like, you know, have really good community like outspoken shit or whatever. There's very few companies that are like actively like involved in like, you know, the community and like talk to them in like a good, you know, meaningful way and shit. One really good example I think is like just like the golden goose of that is like Digital Extremes. Like Warframe has like probably one of the best like communities I've like ever seen. They might not be like the smartest, I'm not gonna lie, but like they're so like nice and, you know, just down to earth, and they just want to help each other like constantly. Like if you have ever been a new player on Warframe, you're gonna get like 70 million people that want to like teach you the game.
Calling down a support weapon.
Girls are coming for you if we win the war. Yeah, bro. You'll get your 72 virgins, dog. Like, Warframe mentioned Let's Go. Yeah, no, I love Warframe. I watched the dev stream right before I started streaming. And it looks pretty good. Lucky. R.I.P. Mr. Clean. I tried to launch it through the legs, but
Calling down equipment.
Goth reinforcements, that would be pretty cool. Look, chat, all I'm saying, right? Just do what I do. If you can't get the goth girl, become the goth girl. Easy peasy. Hey people, hello Scully, how you doing? I can't see shit. Oh no. There we go. Alright, we're gonna just skedaddle real quick. I must kill Mr. Clean again.
Calling down a support weapon. Package acquired.
Regarding Warframe, I can't wait for Dante Deluxe. He looks so good. Yeah, Dante looks pretty good. I'm pretty hyped for the new story that's coming with it though, personally. And the Garuda proto frame. She's just like me for real, for real. Crazy blood girl. Why do I hear more near music? There was a time where I knew all the lyrics to all the Nier songs, basically. Chat, you have not lived unless you have sang, like, you know, some of the box music for Nier. Like, in the shower. Is legendary.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Requesting equipment.
Ooh, leveler. Yeet! This bitch empty. Hurry up.
Requesting advanced weapons.
Hurry up.
Deploying support weapon.
Also, Rika, I forgot to say thank you for the follow. Thank you, homie. Fucking what the fuck was that? Like, motherfucker just used the force to get that shit away from him, dog.
Calling down a support
So many bangers across this entirety of gaming, it's hard to choose. I know, right? I get so many people that are like, hey, what's your favorite XYZ? I'm like, bro, like, come on, man. You're asking me to choose between, like, you know, like... Uh-oh. You're asking me to choose between, like, you know, the goat and the goat. Like, what do I do? Do I just fucking go bye? Like, come on, man. Be so real right now.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I don't care about the efficiency. The vibes keep me coming back to the commando. I mean, the commando is still pretty decent if you actually, you know, use it properly and shit. Fuck, I missed.
I need stabs!
Come on, V.
Simming you. Thank you.
Ah, such a shame.
Reinforcing.
Calling in reinforcements.
Calling down a support weapon.
I might kill it. And if not, we can just pick this bad boy up real quick. I'm gonna be like Leon Kennedy. Hey, say cheese.
I'm out.
Goofy ass one-liner. One more to the scrap heap. Like, honestly, it would have been so fucking funny if that killed me right there. Like, we spit roasted it? Alright, come on, V. Lock in, dog.
Support weapon. Dropping item.
Is that Bryside, by the way? Oh my god, dude. Who the fuck? Okay, no. Who the fuck? I want the DM right now. Who the fuck put Bryside by fucking Spotify, bro? Who put that shit in there, bro? I have not heard this shit since like 2000 and like what? Like 12? 10? Holy hell, bro. Jesus. I want names? Yeah, bro. Smile for the camera, shit ass. Yeah, just fucking annihilates them.
Enemy patrol west.
Calling down equipment. I'm out.
Goodbye, V.
Proceed to extraction when ready. Dropships north.
There we go. Have you played Parmano by chance? I was surprised by it. So good. I played a little bit of it. I played a little bit of it on stream, and I was going to play it today, but we're actually doing a movie night, which, by the way, shout out to my Discord if you want to join. It's in the link in the description on, what's it called, on YouTube. And then if you do ! Discord on Twitch, you will see it there as well. But yeah, we were going to do a movie night later tonight, and I didn't want to get, like, too heavily invested in it. And then have to quit.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
But yeah, definitely, like, if I have time tomorrow, I'll play some. But if not, then I'll try to do it the other day. Because I have to do the Q&A video later tonight. Which, by the way, again, another shout out from me. If you have not seen, I hit 10, K subscribers on YouTube. And I put out a short talking about, just, saying thank y'all and such. But I highlighted that I was going to be doing a Q&A. And so if any of y'all have questions or whatever, feel free to write, like, your comments on either that video or the post on YouTube. And then I'll record that later tonight whenever I'm done with the stream. So yeah, right now my current game plan is, like, stream for a few hours, and then at 7 p.m. my time, which is Central. What's it called? Go watch the Godzilla movie, and then after that do the Q&A video. And then if I still have a little bit of time, I'll do some of the exosuit video as well. The life of a content creator. You're constantly busy.
I'm out.
I've seen Epoch time and time again, but every time that same feeling that's when using the spear. Could have brought something better, but it might just be me a thing. So, Egregor, there's a couple of reasons why you would bring the Epoch over that one. So the Epoch has more total ammo than something like, you know, the Recoilless, but obviously you have a little bit less damage, less range, and of course you have to charge up. But the cool thing about it is it doesn't need a backpack, you know? So it's kind of like bringing, like, the Commando in terms of damage, and then, you know, also having a lot more ammo without having to, again, have a backpack. So that's like the main benefit of it. Also, it has pretty good AoE on it.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Like, the Recoilless is going to beat it just, you know, in straight damage. No one's going to deny that. But, like, what's it called? You'll be hard-pressed to find another launcher that has, like, that much, like, you know, versatility in it.
Calling down a sentry. I'm out.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Requesting
So
equipment.
what I'm feeling, gonna let you understand. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye. Ow.
To depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
For so long. I'm a warp pack addict. Oh yeah, no, I love the warp pack as well. Warp pack is so good. Even the recoilless HE mode doesn't handle groups as well. I'm out. Yeah, actually, I would like to see them like do something to the recoilless high explosive mode to like make it to where like I don't know, maybe it has like shrapnel on it or some shit like that. Just something, because like I never use that shit like ever, and I'm like John use everything like, or I guess Jane, but whatever. A bit more. Could be damage, something sort of above. Yeah, probably. Why are you rickrolling me, Chief? Because why not? I feel bad for like the YouTube peeps because like they can't hear the music because you know, YouTube will absolutely just annihilate me. Give you up. Give you up. Each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say it. Autocannons for all ammo is so good. Recoilless rifle could use a glow up in that regard. Yeah, I mean, I think the recoilless rifle is like such an amazing, good, just like gold standard of a support weapon, right? It's really, really well balanced in terms of like it can basically one-shot everything if you hit it in the head or like the weak point, right? At least like, you know, respectively. You can't obviously do like the Hive Lord or like the fucking, you know, the Leviathan or some bullshit, but you know, even things like the Factory Shredder, if you hit it in like the little eye, you can one-shot it, right? But even it has like a couple of problems, mainly being the high explosive mode. But it's like, do we buff that and make it good to where like, you know, it's both good at AoE and single target? Because like, I don't know. There might be some balancing things to like work out with it, but
Let's play.
either way.
1, 2, 3.
Would you like a melee slot? Love giving meme build hard to give up the secondary utility. I don't know, because I on one hand, if you have like a melee slot, like a lot of people will try to use melee or whatever, and I feel like melee is just kind of a bait in general. Like, in my personal opinion, if they want melee to be like anywhere even decently good, which they keep adding melee weapons, so like it kind of confuses me, they really should give like, I don't know how to say this, because if you say they should give a passive for it in the new Warbond, then it sounds like that you're just creating another solution to the problem that you made or whatever, which is, you know, a pretty big issue and shit already in the game. But something to do with melee to like overhaul it and make it to where it actually can be viable. Because plenty of games have done this in the past that are like quote unquote like horde type shooters, you know? Left 4 Dead has it. Obviously Left 4 Dead is way different than Helldivers. You know, Deep Rock you're allowed to melee a little bit. It's not like the main thing, but you know, you have like a couple things that you can do to make it good. What else? I had another one in my head just a second ago, but I can't remember. Oh well. But yeah. Thank you. Melee was fine until the last balance patch. The accidental AP had was an okay spot. I disagree. I think, yeah, Dark Tide. There you go, Dark Tide. That was the other one I was thinking of. The thing about melee, right, is it doesn't matter if you have, like, for example, but let's just say, like, you have, like, the best case scenario. Let's say you have, where is it? This right here. You know, the rock solid passive, which increases your melee damage by 40%, and the bearer is more resilient to being knocked over. Let's say you have that, plus, like, you know, let's say like your favorite, you know, flavor of melee, right? Let's say like that. It doesn't matter if you have that. Having just like a gun and then shooting the head would always just be A, safer, and B, better in 90% of cases. Now, is meleeing more fun? Absolutely. Melee is so fucking fun. It's so silly to run in and do it. But like, if we're gonna be talking about like, you know, doing like, you know, super Helldive missions and such, there's really no reason to do melee. It's super fun and silly and it's a good time. And you look like, you know, John Badass over here, you know? But like, like why would you bring that when you could bring quite literally anything else? Throwing knives need heavy piercing for one-shot hulks. You see, the thing is, right? I'm not really the type of person that's going to be like, oh, but the realism. But like at the same time, it's like, you know, are we really going to make, like, you know, a knife be that good at piercing, you know? I mean, I don't feel like it would be bad in terms of, like, gameplay. So, like, it wouldn't be that big of an issue. Plus, they already have, like, quite literally some of the lowest play rates ever. So, like, I wouldn't really care. But, like, I think a lot of people would be like, but the realism, you know what I mean? I don't give a fuck either way. I think, like, you know, one side, or both sides have, you know, plenty of merit and reasoning for it. Like, on one side, they're going to say, yeah, the realism wouldn't make sense. It's, you know, it's a fucking knife that you're throwing with your arm, you know? And then the other side would also say, okay, but like, wouldn't it be cool to like throw a knife in a charger's head and fucking kill it? You know? Both sides make perfect sense. And that's why I think like in Helldivers that like, there's so many like yin and yangs to each side. There's so many like, you know, two sides to the same coin, you know? Things are not so black and white. Things are not so, like, you know, set in stone. There's plenty of questions and, you know, discussion to be had. Gun melee is also useful. Oh, yeah, no, gun melee is pretty good.
Mission coordinates locked.
I mean, if we're gonna be real, you shouldn't just let them get close to you in general. But, like, if they do get close to you, you know, you can do that.
Orbit synchronized.
Realism in this game is funny. Yeah, so, like, I don't mind the whole realism aspect. I know a lot of people get, like, really annoyed whenever, like, you hear it, and they're like, oh my god, realism is ruining the game, yada yada yada. I don't mind it to an extent. I, like, I come from super, super hard games, you know? I play every single game I pretty much play, I play on the hardest difficulty. I love challenging myself, and I think part of the challenge is going against unbeatable odds, or, like, you know, super hard odds, but, like, that's just me as a gamer, so I don't really think my opinion really matters too much in this circumstance. Because, like, I'm the type of person that's like, damn, yo, Elden Ring was, like, way too easy. I need to, like, beat the game again with, like, no armor, no weapons, and, like, you know, fucking, like, tied upside down or some bullshit, you know? Like... What do I want to bring? Eradicate. Laser. Bring that. Bring the GL. Why did my music stop? There we go. I was almost alone with the voices in my head. I got scared. Helldivers 2 Guitar Hero challenge or controller challenge run. That wouldn't even really be that hard, I'm not gonna lie. It's annoying when the devs use it as an excuse to make things weak for us, but then ignore the realism to make enemies stronger. Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I think, like, I personally think, like, right now, the balance in this game is pretty damn good. Like, most shit in this game you can use on level 10 difficulty and be fine. Like, even some of the, like, just the factually weaker guns that are just, like, not as, like, you know, fancy or, you know, cool. Like some of the Killzone, like, Halo weapons and such. Like, you can use them and be fine. Is it going to be as an enjoyable of an experience as, like, you know, using some of the more top-tier shit? No, obviously. Do you think Helldivers is coming to Nintendo? Fuck no, dude. The shit barely runs on my fucking 5070. You think that shit's gonna run on a little Nintendo? Hell no, dog. Like, but it is on Steam Deck. You can play it on Steam Deck, actually. I mean, I don't know. Never say never. Like, you know, things maybe will randomly change. I extremely doubt it, though. I feel like they have so many more pressing concerns than to have a Switch version. Can I stop being pushed off? I guess on melee mid-air while on Xbox with the hammer and other items. I think the devs screwed their update. I mean, you're supposed to. You're supposed to be able to do it with the jetpack. They made it to where, because whenever you were using the jetpack previously, you were only able to do it like at the very first like frame or whatever, or not frame, but like the first couple of frames of like jumping with the jump pack. But then they changed it to where you could actually do it like throughout the entire thing. And unless they recently changed it otherwise when I was, you know, not in the loop or whatever, then that is how it should be behaving. Unless you're referring to something else. I know whenever someone playing on Steam Deck because their load times take forever. Yeah, true. Side note though, I love the Steam Deck, man. The Steam Deck is like, I would glaze that fucking system like all day. I think it's just like, the fact that you have something that powerful and like, you know, in your hand, and you can just, you know, slide it in your backpack and take it wherever is insane to me.
Requesting orbital. Orbital inbound. Requesting air support.
There we go.
No diver left behind.
Yep. Uh-oh. Fuck. Whew. Lucky. Very, very lucky. Is it as good as the PSP? Honestly, I think the PSP is like... Don't I had a PSP for a while, and I loved it. But, like, if I were to compare the Steam Deck to, like, the PSP, the Steam Deck is, like, millions of leagues better. Because the thing is, you can download... How do I explain this? The Steam Deck is quite literally just a PC. If you have enough dedication and time, you can play pretty much any game you want on it. Like, we're talking things from, like, what's it called? We're talking things from, like, you know, GameCube, you know, fucking PSP, Game Boy, whatever, you know what I mean? And then also you can play any of the, like, the new, like, modern shit as well. That's why I love that system so much.
Sending in an eagle.
Only one weapon in the game that desperately needs a buff, the sterilizer. Just giving it some pushback or spray cone, major improvement. Oh yeah, I mean, I definitely agree. But like even the sterilizer, you can use it and find some success. Is it going to be great success? No, fuck no. But you still can do it. You can still use it. I have a video on my channel talking about it when Into the Unjust came out. Yeah, it runs Linux if I remember correctly. You can make it work with like mobile computers. Yep, because it's a Linux-based operating system. Make sterilizer deer acid to it. Sand planets. Yeah, you could do that. I personally think, I said this in my video, I don't know if any of y'all ever saw the video, but the video that I did with the gas, I was talking about a potential rework for the sterilizer, and the one thing I would love for it to have is if it had like a different like spray like type mode. So, you know, like your garden hose, right? You know, like those like little garden hose attachments at the top of it, where you can like, you know, click the head of the nozzle, and you could like, you know, have different spray patterns. Imagine that for the sterilizer. Imagine if you could have like, what's it called? If you could have like a long range one, if you could have like a short range one that's more of like a like cone, and then like another one that's like a, I don't know, makes it more of like a ball of like goo or some shit, and you can, you know, something like that. But either way, I think like the gas like should definitely linger for like quite a while. But yeah, there's plenty of ideas to do for it. All right, we're gonna get some different people in here now. You hold it above your head and you spin it like a sprinkler. Yeah.
Allied destroyer
Okay,
has
so
left squadron.
Good luck out there, Helldiver.
next up is, let me reload this real quick.
You truly are one of Liberty's greatest heroes.
Spectre, are you alive?
Make a fist with your gun-wielding hand. Yep, I'm here. All right. If you can, tell me what your like name is or whatever, and add me in game. My friend code is right here. All right. Next up, we have Rubber Band Man, and then we'll get Blood because I know Blood is alive. Apologies, Silver. I must beat you. I'm sorry, Mr. Clean. I must delete you as well. Goodbye, my friend. This hurts me more than it hurts you. Rubber Band. Red Blood. I think I already did. Is your name the same as it is on Twitch? Do keep in mind I have what's it called? A light shining on my eyes, so it's a little bit yeah, they are. You are up. Yep. If you want to join though. If you don't want to join, we'll put you in next. So close to a round 5 perfect score. I'm sorry. Also, thank you for the follow up. Remember in early games life that Arrowhead had floated the idea of helmets having different visual benefits, environmental visibility. Oh, well, like the thing is, like, it's impossible to know like what their current like, you know. If I had to guess it, I think that Arrowhead kind of like
you know, they had big ideas and ambitions and stuff like that, but like they were just a little bit too ambitious, especially for a live service game. Like if they weren't a live service game, I feel like they could have, you know, easily been as ambitious as they wanted to be. But since, you know, the expectation that every, you know, couple months we're gonna have a new Warbond is, you know, set in stone. I feel like if they just weren't a live service game to begin with, and then they you know, rolled it back a little bit, I feel like we would have just a much better, you know, polished game and shit. But obviously we're not going to be able to, you know, do that. I need to invite... Hey, I got you. Apologies. Arrowhead did not expect the game to be as big as it is. Yeah. Yeah, rather the devs at one point, they wanted helmets to have their own perks. Yeah, something like that as well. I mean, they wanted to do a lot of things, you know? They wanted the bay back here to be like, you know, be a vehicle bay. They wanted that to do something. They wanted, you know, weapon customization in the game from the start. They wanted a lot of things like that, you know? How do you see the Spotify queue? I don't have a way to see the Spotify queue. I could probably add one, though.
The war rages on.
Here, I'll do this. I'll like invite you like a few times, because sometimes if I just like spam the invite, it'll come through. Maybe that worked. There you go. Yeah. That's usually what I have to do.
In the galaxy must be
Allied
purged
destroyer
of the alien
has joined
menace.
squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters. Mission coordinates locked. Orbit synchronized. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Here? What about here?
500 invites. Yeah. What do we want to bring? So, I forgot what your name was, apologies, but the person that was talking about the epoch earlier, if you're still alive and you're around, I'll show you, like, an example of, like, why I think it's actually, like, pretty good. Here we go. Breaks my heart that they unprioritize weapon attachments due to the low engagement. I'm not even sure the game has stopped crashing people in that menu. I mean, yeah, like, the thing is like, just, the game in general is, like, really, really, like, you know, like, the studio that makes it is, like, you know, pretty small, or whatever. I think, like, Arrowhead is, like, only, like, what, like, 150 members, if even, or whatever. And, like, let's just be generous and say that, like, you know, like, 70 to 80% is actually, like, you know, on, like, the dev team or whatever, and not, like, you know, community managers or anything like that, you know. Also, thank you for the raid, Sky. If we can get a shout out for Sky, please, that'd be super sweet, mods. One second, I need to lift up my chair.
Today the light of liberty will grace the skies of this world
There we go.
once
Oh.
more.
Okay. So, already, one of the cool things about the epoch is that you don't need a backpack for it, right? So, that makes it to where you're able to do stuff like this, for example. So you're able to carry the epoch, and you're able to have, like, a guard dog, or, you know, a warp pack, or a jetpack, or whatever you want.
I'm sorry.
How game's been? Pretty good. How was, I'm assuming you played Tomodachi Life, Sky?
Found something. Never mind.
And so, like, for example, right? These, like, 3 Devastators here, I didn't even have to worry about them whatsoever. I didn't have to, like, you know, think about them. My guard dog just took care of them, and I was able to focus on the heavy. And that's one of the big benefits of using this thing.
Requesting orbital. 100 meters. Reloading. Fire in the hole. Requesting air support. Found something.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say was, like, with most things in this game, pretty much everything in this game has, like, you know, the give and take system is what I call it. So you have some things that, you know, will give you benefits. So, like, for example, you know, you don't have to wear a backpack. You know, you have your ammo supply just on your person, and it has pretty good AoE and such like that. But obviously you have downsides to weapons like this as well. You know, you have the charge up mechanic, which is, you know, a little bit of a downside. I wouldn't say it's too bad, but it is technically a downside compared to the just, you know, immediate, you know, shoot and fire. Also, Burning Gundam, thank you for the follow, homie. Anyway, let's stop, like, cucking your teammates and actually help them out. It's fucking alright, bro. Go get him. Go get him, I'm watching you. Hell yeah, bro. Good shit, dog. But, like, that's what's cool about a lot of the weapons in Helldivers, right? It's like, some people might absolutely hate the charge mechanic, right? And that's perfectly fine. You're more than welcome to hate that stuff, right? But that means you can use something like the Commando. The Commando might be more your style, or the Eats, or, you know, the Recoilless, or, you know, the Leveler. You know, any of these other ones are just great alternatives that can suit your, like, playstyle or, like, whatever, like, type of build you're trying to go for.
Bag's empty. Requesting sentry.
Yep. Also, with that chance of self-destructing. Yeah, true. Yeah. If you're not careful with it, you can just blow yourself up.
Tactical asset near your location. Requesting sentry. Package acquired.
Rare sample acquired.
Dropping package.
Now 100 meters.
Package acquired.
Yeah, I'll let him use. He is such a great band. Precious melting in the edge of the night, and the superstars sucked into the supermassive.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
How do you like the taste of freedom?
Alright, I'm gonna go down here and help the rest of these guys. You set my soul alight.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
You set my soul alight. Precious melting in the dead of the night, and the superstars.
Sending in an eagle.
Thought I heard something.
Dropship. Northeast.
Tagging map. South. 100 meters.
Yeet.
Orbital
There we go.
inbound.
Objective near your position.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling in orbital
Thank you for the follow, by the way, unit. At the meeting tomorrow with the wedding decor team. Hell yeah, I hope that goes well. Oh, fuck. I missed. There we go. One boy said. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Link. Damn.
I got the terminal.
There you go. I fear I'm gonna be feeling unwell. I think we'll get that. You're the goat.
Dropping a pin. South. 200 meters.
Engaging terminal. Requesting sentry. I got the terminal.
Yep.
Northwest. Engaging terminal.
There you go. Got it. Gonna run down here real quick.
Requesting orbital.
Sure. And skadoosh. There we go.
Reinforcing.
Yoink. Yoink. Playing Helldivers actually makes puzzles easier. Set up, thanks to having to do the Konami code all the time. Ah, yeah. I've always just been pretty good at solving puzzles just in general. Like most puzzles in games. Like, I know they're made to be like pretty easy. But I don't know. I feel like every time I like you do like a puzzle in a game, even like super hard ones or whatever, I kind of just go through them like autism or some shit.
Calling down supplies.
Excuse me. Yep. My puzzle needing to be solved, yeah. I'm sorry, Sky, I cannot fix you. I could attempt, but I don't know. Hello, Kenzie, how you doing?
Calling in orbital.
Been using the epoch. Does it blow up after 3 or 4 beeps? I don't know, dude. I kind of just like shoot it like, you know, whenever it's time to shoot it. I don't really like explode with it. I would imagine like 4, I don't know.
Rare sample acquired.
Sample. Fuck. He's naked. There you go.
Reloading.
Reload this bitch real quick. Oh, hello. Ow. Now would be a pretty good time to throw this on.
Orbital inbound.
Then we dive to cover over here so we don't get fucking murdered. I'll throw that over there. Reload real quick. Even if you hit in the eye, that weak spot. Out of the turkeys. This way I take them out, still the hit points. I mean, yeah. I don't really mind having to aim for the hip joints. It's just that, you know, it's not really clarified through, like, you know, gameplay like pretty much every other bot is, you know? Like, every other bot, you can see big glowing spot and then shoot it, but that's, like, the only one where it's, like... Well, I mean, a little bit different nowadays, but, like, whenever it first came out, it was like that.
Calling down supplies. No mag.
Tagging map. North, 200 meters.
Get some! Get some!
There we go. Damn. Horse Riders was a menace when it released. I actually didn't really mind it that much. I think it was just because I, you know, I run around with stealth armor a lot, so I don't really like, you know, get into a lot of fights. And the fights that I do get into, I know that I can quickly deal with and not have to worry about. I don't think that they, you know, were like, you know, good design or anything like that. Just like, you know, I didn't really have to deal with them that much just because of the way that I play the game usually. So I'm a creature. I sneak around. It's like what East calls me, bro. Like, East all the time, he'll just be like, yo, what's the creature doing? Reload this bitch. Uh-huh.
Tagging location. Northwest. Dropship. Spot fabricator. Southwest. West. 50 meters.
Put that over there. Put that right there.
Requesting sentry.
Stealth armor is so good. Oh, I know. I love stealth armor. Stealth armor is so good. Very curious to see how fast you can go with the new line armor. I am too. If it's like, you know, a meaningful like upgrade, and actually it's like, you know, good and not just like a nothing burger, I'm definitely gonna run it probably as my main armor.
I also get called a creature by a lot of people. It's because you are a creatures guy. You're the creature of all time.
Thank you. Dropping a pin. Northeast. 300
The War Strider's glowing red eyes were in a weak spot if I remember correctly. Yep, no, you're correct.
Marking location. North.
So, like, actually, that raises a pretty good discussion I'd like to raise or talk about. So, like, instead of just, like, immediately being like, grr, Arrowhead, dog shit company, grr, 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 you know, I'd want to, like, actually, like, sit down with, like, you know, the designer who made them and be like, hey, like, look, like, what went wrong here, you know? Like, you know, and, like, you know, don't, like, have hostility. I just want to, like, know, like, what happened, like, what was the thought process, you know? Because maybe they thought it would be, you know, like, a cool, unique idea or whatever, you know? Or maybe it was an accident, you know? I just don't know. I'd love to interview some of the devs one day. Just to, like, see, like, what goes on, you know? I like picking the brain of, like, developers and such.
I got the terminal.
Greetings, Michelle. Hello, Gun Guardian. How you doing? Probably doesn't mean much, not that deep. I feel pretty ashamed that even hate bullshit myself when I try to be vulnerable. But I don't want to withdraw every time with the opportunity to connection. I want to say reaching out. It's really difficult, but it's better than the alternative. If anyone feels this way, please find someone to talk to. Yes, it's scary to convert tunes once in a while. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Whee! Ow. Why was it decided that these enemies would break from the design trend, basically? Yeah, so Axis, it's actually sometimes a good thing to do that. It's sometimes a good thing to, like, you know, break from the current, like, you know, cycle or whatever to, like, spice things up. But specifically with those guys, because they were so tanky and, like, you know, nothing else could really kill them easily, it made them just more of a nuisance rather than, like, an interesting, like, you know, feature. So that's my theory. But, like, you know, obviously I don't know. I don't work for Arrowhead. I don't design the game, so. But, like, for example, there's plenty of instances, like, in games where, you know, shaking up the formula can make it to where it's more interesting. But I think with those guys, nah, it was not the right call.
I got the terminal.
Yep.
west. 300 meters.
Whee!
Freedom triumphs over tyranny once more. The extraction shuttle awaits your request.
Have a taste of democracy.
Oh, hey, you can't break the boxes and track to hold it in place, so bring the AT mines. Dude, I know, I just wish AT mines, like, actually, like, worked on those dudes, like, at least somewhat effectively. Like, they basically never work. Like, I've tried multiple ways to, like, make them, like, you know, at least decent. And every single time it just has fell flat on its face.
Requesting backpack. They're calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Oh, yep. They don't? No, they don't really. They can drive right over the anti-tank mines and they just will not do anything most of the time. They do eventually kill it, of course, but, like, most of the time, like, their track will physically touch them and then it just does nothing.
Marking extraction point. North.
Cyborgs are a good example of them breaking from their design trend. They're very different in a way that's not just, you know... Yeah, exactly, yeah. That's why I've been trying to, like, you know, tell people, like, hey, look, like, the enemy design has gotten significantly better, you know? Like, appropriators are, like, like the appropriators offer like a gameplay, like that's different from like the mindless masses by like a lot, you know? Like I know a lot of people probably don't like mindless masses, but I personally like the mindless masses. Like I think they're really, really fun. I don't really like just the base eliminate. I feel like the base eliminate can be a little bit like stale. But like if I fight mindless masses or if I fight appropriators, like I'm having a good time, you know? I feel like both of those offer like enough like interesting gameplay elements.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Thank you for your follow, by the way, Halo. Fuck up the mouth.
Never die.
Get that ass, dog. Fuck him up. I got front row seats to that shit, dog.
Requesting sentry.
Throw off our thing over there in an adjacent angle.
Orbital inbound.
There we go. Mass coin flip between 1 or 100 harvesters. I personally don't really have that many harvesters whenever I play. Like I get like maybe like 2 or 3, but like harvesters are so much easier to deal with than like most enemies just in the game in general. The pure Gatling loadout for mindless masses is pure bliss. Yeah, so like I agree. Like I know some people don't like to just have like an enemy where it's just like a bullet sponge. And like I mostly agree with that, but I think that in the terms of like the mindless masses or whatever, as like they're a melee enemy that runs at you, I feel like it's really not that bad because like I feel like I'm playing like the old days of like COD zombies where like there's just like a massive like horde or some shit and then you're just like spraying fucking bullets into them, you know? I don't know, that might just be me. I might have an unpopular opinion, but
Clear landing zone.
Activating jump pad.
yeah, 500 voteless.
Outpost destroyed. Attacking map. West. Far.
Only designed by such a really question from Arrowhead was the optic customization for the sensor rifle. Having a 10 times scope for the level 24 unlock seems stupid to me. I'm gonna be real, I leveled up that rifle so quick I didn't even notice it. Watching a whole horde of Outlets coming down over a hill and charging straight. Ah, yeah, agreed. Like, I'll definitely agree. I don't think the Illuminate, at least right now, are like the most interesting faction. I think the Veracitors, or the Appropriators, make it like way more interesting. But like, just base Illuminate, I can agree. They're not really too interesting. But like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I played Helldivers 1. I just like them a lot more.
Reload it. Activating jump pad.
I think that Pelican needs some maintenance. Yeah, I know, right? It's just making a whole bunch of noise. There we go.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete.
Hello, my favorite Glorp. How you doing?
Today you've carved another foot in a long climb to liberty.
Accidentally House of Helldivers. Pretty good. We're just on for like a few hours, and then we have a Discord movie night going on later. Which, again, if any of y'all haven't heard earlier, we have a Discord movie night going on at, what's it, 7 p.m. my time? Which is in 3 hours, basically. And, we're gonna be playing in there. Or, watching, Godzilla -1, I believe is what it's called. So yeah, feel free to join there. If you want the link to join, it's !Discord on Twitch. And then in the description on YouTube, it's also there. And you can also keep the call alive. The call that's been going on for like 1,000 hours. That's an incredible movie. Does it definitely deserves all the awards I won? I've never seen it or like heard of it.
A victory for democracy.
I need a dance emote just like that, Besh, I'm not gonna lie. That'd be so fire. I was saying it earlier, but I think that like having what's it called? Having like a poll for like my followers and such to what's it called? Like, vote on like what the next emotes would be really, really cool. But I need to get like better or I need to get like a new like, you know, starting soon screen, BRB screen, etc., etc. The freaky ebook kind of works. Yeah, true. 1,000 hour call. Yeah, I know, right? It's kind of going insane mode.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
You know, I haven't used the walking barrage in like quite literally eons. We're gonna bring that. That'd be fun. Yo. Lady, hear me tonight, alright.
Launch initiated.
What should I make for lunch? Let's do pasta. Ooh, tacos sound fucking fire. I personally make burrito tacos, or however you pronounce it. I love burrito tacos. They're so good. Hear me tonight, 'cause my feeling is just so bright. As we dance by the moonlight, and you see you're my delight. Later, I can get you off my feet, out of my mind. I feel love for the first time, and I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Also, fuck those guys. Unfortunate. I didn't see the thing over there. So one thing that, like, the reason why I'm not upset that it got instantly destroyed and I'm like, ah, fucking thing's made out of paper is because, like, I could have, as a player, looked around and saw that there was that turret right there, you know? Like, it's literally right there. And it's perfectly my own fault for not seeing that. And I think that's perfectly fair that it got exploded. like every other faction wouldn't really have that like capability except for like harvesters or whatever, you know. But like
South, 200 meters.
Calling down a sentry.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Bria seems like a lot of work. Oh yeah, it is definitely a lot of work, especially if you don't have it like set up already. But Bria tacos are so fucking good.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
And I know that it's true. I can tell by the look in your eyes. Let me try the walking brush real quick.
Orbital.
Oh. But yeah, like even just like, you know, some basic tacos, like, you know, yeah, like meat, cheese, sour cream, you know, taco sauce, whatever the hell else you want on it, be really, really good. I feel like I'm a creature. Like, I love, like, hella sour cream. Like, I'll put, like, a whole fucking bucket of sour cream on my tacos. I fucking love sour cream.
Found something.
Like, any food that, like, you know, uses sour cream, I'll put way too much on.
West, 50 meters.
Sour cream is just too insane. I know, right? Like, oh. Shoot me now, you might as well. What is frustrating is when you triple check all around you before calling in a mech, but 3 harvesters suddenly walk into view. Your pelican goes closer around. Yeah, true. So I think what they could do as well, Ranger, is just like try to speed up the like how long it takes to like actually drop. Because there's definitely like tile sets that like are way worse to call it down, whereas like other ones, you know. For example, like city maps. Oh my god, city maps. Like they take forever to drop those bitches.
Objective located. West.
Howdy, M Hugs. Hello, Con. How you doing? Sour cream. Yeah, agree, Pazzy. My grandma's calling out of the grave. Hearing you say that. No, I love sour cream though. Sour cream is so good. What? I always think about whoever invented sour cream and how crazy they must have been. Yeah, I know, right? That'd be so nice, yeah. But like that way, like for example, Ranger, like if they did call in like a lot quicker, you would still have like, you know, the risk of, hey, if you're not looking around you, you know, you're gonna get shit on. But at the same time, if you have it to where they suddenly spawn like, you know, 3 harvesters around you, you're gonna be able to get in a lot quicker and react to it.
Package acquired.
Let me take the garbage off my milk and say, yeah, exactly. Yeah, bro. Dude, there's so many foods that are like that, and like that's why like anytime someone tells me like some like crazy like food or whatever, like something that's like, you know, just weird or disgusting or whatever, and they're like, oh yeah, you should try this or whatever, you know, I'm like, okay, that sounds gross, but like I know how a lot of food is like actually made, and it's actually a lot more gross than you think, so like I'm gonna try it out. Also, thank you for the follow, Shattered Halo and Glucose Sodium. That one guy that discovered milk has a lot of explaining. Yeah, no, right, dude?
Requesting sentry.
What the fuck? Yo. We messed up. We gotta go bald. look at this motherfucker, dude. You know, no. Look at him, bro. Ah, we fucked up. We gotta go bald. Ass fucking Strider, dude. Like... There we go.
Calling down a support weapon. Marking location. South. Bots. Southwest.
There we go.
Tagging location. Never mind. Objective located. South. Marking location. Heavy.
Milk is way easier to explain than sour cream or trees. Yeah, I agree. But like, still, some motherfucker was going around, you know, like squeezing nipples or some shit. Hell no, bro. What? Freaky ass motherfuckers. Eat sour cream by the tub. Oh yeah. Look, I don't know if I could eat it by the tub, but like I could definitely just like, you know, get like a little bit like off of like a spoon or whatever after I'm like done, you know, putting it on like whatever I'm putting it on, and like lick that shit off clean. Like I love sour cream. And I understand some people would definitely call me a freak for that.
Calling down a
5-pound bucket of sour cream. Okay, I can't do that, but like. Yeah, that calf looks like it's having a good time. Just time to milk it. Just sounds like Solid Snake or some shit. He's like, Colonel, I'm gonna milk this cow. Gotta be careful of this dude over here. So another thing to be careful of is that gun on top or whatever. Yeah, right there. I didn't destroy it in time, but they can one-shot you if you're not careful. So you have to really focus them. And that's why like playing around like walls and stuff like that is like super, super important. So like what would have been the better play to do right there is like, since I didn't know like what was here, and obviously I'm playing against the bots, so things are a lot more brutal and like, you know, able to like kill you very quickly, is that I should have sat behind the wall and waited a little bit for the, you know, snowstorm to, you know, come down. And then try to take out that gun while it wasn't looking at me.
Found something.
200 meters.
Lactose intolerance. I'm gonna be real, if I was lactose intolerant, I would not care. I would still eat like all the cheese and like milk products and all the other shit. Hello, friend of a friend, I know you am.
heavy. On
Hello,
my
buddy.
position.
Alright, do I kill my team here?
Orbital
Yes.
inbound.
Have fun, rubber. Okay, that wasn't me. At least I don't think it was. Dairy's just unbeatable. I agree. Like if I was, like I said, if I was just like lactose intolerant, I would just tank it. I'm gonna be real. I wouldn't even care. Like, oh, now my organs are, you know, turning into, you know, chocolate milk. I must go to the bathroom. Wouldn't even care. Also, thank you for the $5 super chat, Ranger. How buffs do you think the current mechs should get? So, the thing is, right, if you buff the current mechs to be, like, you know, a lot more, like, significantly more powerful than they are, they're going to just be, you know, like, for example, right, even in that situation that I lost it almost immediately, right, I was able to go toe-to-toe with one of the most, like, scary enemies on this front, which is a factory strider. Like, you know, at least, like, in a 1v1, because, like, you know, they can, like, basically, like, delete you instantaneously with, like, their machine guns, or their, cannon. A lot of gunships. I'm lucky.
But yeah, so if you make them able to tank, like, you know, a significant amount of damage, especially since considering it's not like immobile, you're able to move around with it very, very easily and consistently, then you're gonna reach a situation where it's gonna be like a must pick and people are just gonna bring it like constantly. Which, like, on one hand, that sounds perfectly fine, right? But on the other hand, it drastically makes just the game easier in general. So that's like the one like concern that you have to make whenever you actually like decide to buff something like that. Also, nice leveler shot. Whoever shot that. So, like, for example, like, some people might say, like, oh, you just don't want the, you know, exosuit to be fun. No! No, that is not the case at all, bro. That is not the case at all. I am probably... Like, I think I would genuinely fight someone to say that, like, I am the bigger Titanfall fan. Because I love Titanfall. Like, I love mechs. I love Armored Core. You're not gonna find someone who loves, like, that shit more than me. But, you know, we physically cannot make those things, like, super good. Otherwise, it will just, like, destroy some of the balance of the game. Like, what would be the point of taking, like, you know, so many other stratagems if you could just bring that and it would be, you know, way better in terms of tankiness, but also provided, you know, tons of gunpowder. Or firepower. But basically, to answer your question, what I would do is I would give it just a little bit of a, you know, durability defense on, like, the arms, but then not, like, try to stray too much with, like, the health. Because I still think, like, the giant cannons should basically, like, 1 to 2 shot you. But, like, I think anything more than that, it would be a little bit too much. Also, Mr. Clean Dude, thank you so much for the 10 gifted, bro. That's so sweet of you. You really don't have to do that. The content is free, homie, but thank you so much. It also scared the fuck out of me.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch.
I'm wondering if Exos will still be limited to 3. I mean, it depends. Like, we really just have to wait and see. Because, like, I see Arrowhead doing one of two things. Either A, they give it just, like, a very minor buff that isn't, like, you know, anything too much. Just, like, maybe a little bit of better durability on the arms. Make it to where the arms don't pop off pretty much at all. And, you know, just make it just, in general, have a little bit more HP. Or they make it to where, like, it has, like, more damage. You know, still, like, a lot more HP and, you know, just kind of just all around make it super, super, super good. But if you do that, it's gonna make, like, them just way too good. I mean, not that I give a fuck. It's not my game. You know, they can balance it however they want. But I'm just, you know, giving you, like, the details as to, like, why they probably haven't done it already.
Dropping a pin east, 100 meters.
Elbow, northeast.
There you go. But yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, I don't know. I think maybe, like, another thing that they could do in terms of balance is maybe make, like, the front cockpit, like, so much more tanky than, like, into the back. That's something they can do, because it's kind of like the reverse right now, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you can deadass, like, shoot the back. Well, at least from my testing, I was able to shoot the back, like, way more than the front. There we go. Is he dead? I can't really tell. Yeah, he is. There you go. It'd be cool until the game is balanced to have mechs as a requirement. I mean, the game is balanced, you know? Like, you can pretty much, like, bring whatever you want. Like, I'm running light armor versus bots with, like, the maxi gun, you know? Earlier I was running, you know, the what's it called? The Killzone rifle, you know? Like, it's really not that bad as balanced as a lot of people think. Like, maybe I should make, like, a video. Like, for example, like, right there, I was slowed down, and one of the bunker turrets, like, you know, targeted me. Which, like, you know, it is what it is, you know? I'm playing a mech on a snow planet, you know? I can't really be mad at that. And, like, oftentimes I'll have, like, situations like that where I'm like, I feel like somebody else in my position would be infinitely more angry than I am. Like... Because, like, when something bad happens to me like that, I don't look at it as like, grr, fucking, grr, this game fucking sucks, grr. I'm trying to think like, okay, what went wrong there? How could I fix that for the future? You know?
Proceed to extraction when ready.
How about implementing a fuel mechanic to exosuits? I'm pretty sure they do have a fuel mechanic, no? Because I know the FRV has a fuel mechanic. Unless they changed that. I remember seeing like what's that dude's name? It's like Muxor or whatever. He does like all like the like basically like raw Helldivers footage with like a little bit of text on screen with like interesting like fun facts and shit. I forgot his name, but like that guy. And I think one of his videos like said that it was like that. But obviously I don't know for sure. I'm just y'all should back up, by the way. That's a walking barrage. Ow. Let that at the beginning. Venomous Gamer. Did I bring anything else? Yeah, so like, for example, like, if the mechs were super good, there would be an instance of like, why bring anything else? And like, it's okay to have that to an extent, because like, you can just be like, oh, for fun. But like, if we're going to be for real, how many times do you see people bringing like, you know, let's look at my team here, like, you know, orbital laser, you know, 500 kg, fucking, just tons of stuff like that that you see like all the time, you know? And that's why I think, like, it's okay to buff their health a little bit, but, like, you can't make it just, like, godly. And especially you cannot allow it to be repaired or resupplied. Like, that would, like, genuinely kill all, like, you know, on-foot gameplay. There would be no reason to be on foot. Yeah. Again, if you want my, like, personal, like, what I would do to make the mechs, like, feel better for the average player, without, like, increasing their overall, like, you know, just viability, make it to where the health is, you know, better. Because, again, a good mech player is going to survive no matter what in the current sandbox. So I feel like if we make them, like, mech health better for the average player, it's okay. But we can't, like, make it to where it's, like, to the point to where you can tank, like, a 500 kg. You know what I mean? We can't make it to where you can just quite literally run in there and sit there and then not expect you to die. But, like, surviving, like, a, you know, a bunker turret or whatever shot, or, like, maybe even two, would be okay. Yeah, that's the guy, Damson. Allowing the mechs to be resupplied is the most changes in the we need would not eliminate the reason to stay on foot. Considering no, it would definitely do that. That is one thing that it would you would genuinely kill all mobile gameplay if you were able to resupply them. If you were able to resupply and repair them, you would have basically think about it like this, right? Imagine I'm able to carry the maxi gun around, move with it constantly, and also have a shield generator backpack. That is what you're getting. That would just be way too strong. There would be no reason to use anything else. And keep in mind, you can still have 3 other stratagems. Like, imagine right now I had a shield generator backpack, and I had rockets, and I could just, like, you know, repair myself. That would be incredibly broken. Like, nothing in the game would even come close to that. And, again, you're mobile. You're able to walk around freely with no, like, you know, restrictions, basically. would make the game a bit boring. Exactly. What it would do is, I said this in the video that I'm making, it would trivialize the game. It would make it to where everything is way too easy, and people would just feel like, oh, I mean, if I don't bring the mech suit, I'm basically trolling because it's just too good. That's why people already still bring things like, for example, like the top weapons in the game. Like, if you go on any website and you see, like, you know, some of the best shit that people run, it's like 500 kg, you know, orbital laser, you know, warp pack, stuff like that. Like, why bring X, Y, or Z when you can bring that? And you can say, oh, for fun. That works for people like me, right? Because, like, for example, I'm bringing fucking walking barrage and, you know, mortar sentry and shit like that, you know what I mean? You don't really see that too often. But, like, for the average player, it's not really going to work out like that. They're just going to bring that every single time. Because humanity just, as long as it has existed, has opted for, like, the path of least resistance. Why do something harder when you could do something easier for the same reward or better? And that's the reason why you can't make them better. Why not make the things separate stratagems? Again, what you're doing is you're still making it to where you're, you know, essentially immortal by just walking around. You wouldn't have to worry about being killed by anything. You wouldn't have to worry about, you know, any of that stuff if you could just effectively go into a fight, tank a bunch of damage, and then just walk out and repair it, you know? Like, don't get me wrong, I would totally want that in the game. Because, again, I'm like, #1, like, mech enjoyer, right? But, like, if we're going to be realistic, which, you know, in terms of game balance and longevity of the game and making it to where it feels, you know, good for all players, we do have to, like, balance it in some way, and that is one way. A big example of making things balanced, even though, like, you're playing, like, a power fantasy simulator, is Warframe. So, Warframe historically has had some disgustingly good, like, metas that make it to where, essentially, you can make other people not be able to play the game. One of the biggest examples of this was, like, the explosive meta. So, if you're not familiar in Warframe, there was a boat in the game called the Brahma, and there was a pirate cannon called the Tsar. And essentially, they had such good ammo economy and such big AoE and, like, damage that you could basically kill everything with, like, one shot and then just pick up the ammo and then just constantly do it over and over and over and over and over with no, like, repercussions. There was no, like, point to, like, you know, there was no point to use, like, a single shot weapon when you could just have an AoE weapon that did everything. And it doesn't matter if, like, people were, you know, it doesn't matter if, like, you know, you wanted to have more fun. If people were running that thing, they were able to kill pretty much everything and you were still using, like, a single target weapon. So, like, let's say that I'm like, oh, I just want to have fun. I just want to use, like, you know, some other bullshit, right? Well, then everyone else would use, like, you know, the mech or whatever, assuming that it was, like, as you say, it would be easily able to be, you know, repaired and restocked and such. And then just walk around and kill everything. Like, why would I have to, like, you know, be here with, like, my light armor, you know, trying to skirt around, not take damage, when someone could just walk right past me with the mech and then just, like, walk in and kill everything and not care, you know? The mechs are meant to be momentary, like, power spikes. They're meant to be really, like, you know, good offensive damage, but with the trade back of having, like, you know, somewhat squishy HP. And that's where, like, the Bastion instead trades that, is the Bastion has both insane HP, but also, like, insane damage. But the caveat is, of course, you need to have 2 people that do it. Or to, you know, use the thing. And that's why it's balanced. Because, like, if you go onto the wiki right now, and you go look at the Bastion's cannon, that is, like, unironically the most powerful thing we have in the game. Except for, of course, the Hellbomb. But, like, it is so disgustingly good, but the only reason people don't use it is because it's not really fun to drive. So...
Calling down a sentry.
Activating jump pad. Marking location. Southeast. ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds. Activity.
World of Fire was really OP mid to low missions. Only crowds go on higher missions. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, like, the Copian that, like, Ember was better back then is kind of insane. Like, don't get me wrong, she has a little bit of, like, you know, jankering now. But, like, if you tried to play like Ember at like level cap, bro, you were doing fucking nothing, dog. Like, at least the old Ember. But the problem is that most people don't really play high level like bullshit. They kind of play like lower level like content, and so it was kind of a nerf overall for them. Sour cream themed Warbond. Thank you for the $2 super chat, doc. That'd be fire. Thank you as well for the gifted. But yeah, like, that's basically in my view. Like, I don't think that, like, despite, like, what they do, I feel like they're gonna put the mech in a pretty good situation because, like, nowadays they kind of have the mentality of, like, look, okay, we want to make the game balanced or whatever, but we also need to make it fun, you know? And, like, I'm not trying to, like, you know, how do I say this? I'm not someone who will just, you know, blindly fucking say like, oh, this person is perfect and does no wrong. Like, if I see good, I'm gonna call out good. If I see bad, I'm gonna call out bad. If I see people blindly calling things good or bad, I'm going to say, hey, maybe think about it from this perspective. But it just so happens that a lot of people have a negative perspective. So I'm kind of in this constant loop of having to say, actually, it's probably not as bad as you think. And then I just got called like a fucking glazer or some shit. Like, so like, for example, right? Like, let's say like something just completely fake and false and doesn't exist whatsoever. Let's say oh, I think that the War Striders previously were good game design or some shit. Like, let's just say someone said something like that, right? I would say in return, hey, actually, let's look at it from this perspective, and then say every other, you know, bot has, you know, a glowing red spot, you know, and sure, on one hand, it can be a good thing to have, you know, subverted expectations of, you know, the current, or like the weak spot or whatever, but for an enemy like that, that's like a heavy enemy, it's not really like that good, you know, that good at this time. But, you know, again, obviously, I can't really talk about stuff like that in general, because most things that people come to me with are negativity. So I kind of have to be like, hey, look, let's calm down. Let's not, you know, throw pitchforks and, you know, torches and shit. Let's, you know, calm down. Try to see it from a different perspective, you know? And I think it's okay that you still have your opinion. Like, despite what I say, I'm not trying to make you, you know, agree with me 100%. Like, I just want to open people up to, hey, not everything is black and white. Not everything is like one tone, you know? There's usually two sides to the same coin. So, like, for example, let's say, like, we want to have this really, really cool, like, gun, right? And the gun, I don't know, shoots a fucking laser beam out of the sky. But, like, it's too, you know, like, some people would say, like, oh, wait, why didn't they add the cool laser gun? What? This fucking, what? This is insane. What I would say personally is, like, there might be more reasons as to why they didn't add the laser gun. Maybe it was for balancing reasons. Maybe it just, you know, took too much out of the game's, like, you know, budget and made the game, like, run really unstable, you know? Just stuff like that, you know? The game doesn't reward dedicated mech players for their effort enough. I personally think that's incorrect. I think that if you are good at the mech and you are able to go through the mission, you'll be fine. Because remember, you basically have the Gatling gun on your right arm, and that does 90 damage per bullet, right? Which is equal to, like, the normal Liberator, which the Liberator is really, really good. And you're able to just mow down pretty much everyone with pretty good accuracy, by the way, while moving around. As well as you have your left arm, which is basically a commando launcher, and you're able to two-shot most things in the head, or, like, in the weak spot. Like, I think that alone is plenty of utility and, like, plenty of good. I've been able to take the Patriot Exosuit, like, for a very, very long time in missions. Obviously, these, like, past couple I've been eating ass, but, like, you know, shit happens, you know? You're not always gonna play perfect, you're not always gonna, you know, be perfect. But, like, in my video that, you know, I'm gonna be, coming out or whatever in, like, a couple days, it, like, perfectly highlights a lot of the things that I'm trying to say, essentially.
Orbit synchronized.
I saw someone posted a pic of the mech with tier 4 laser weapons and arms, and I thought that would look nice, but it'd be insanely OP. Well, the thing is, there's ways to tweak those types of systems. For example, you can make it to where they overheat extremely quickly, but have good damage, or, you know, they don't really do too much damage, but they have, you know, low overheat and such like that. It's really just kind of up to you, or up to the developers, like what they want to do. Hello, Vox Engine. I mean, in terms of playstyle, well, again, you have to remember that, like, mechs aren't meant to be, like, a big, massive thing. Like, as much as I would love to have, like, for example, how you said, like, I would personally love to have, like, you know, one stratagem as a repair kit, one stratagem as a resupply kit, one stratagem, you know, to call in the mech and all the other bullshit, right? I would love to do that, right? Because I'm just a mech fiend. I love, you know, I love playing Mecha Break. I love playing fucking, what's the game called? How am I fucking drawing a blank? Armored Core. God, Jesus. Titanfall, right? I love mecha games, right? They're some of the most fun games out there. But you physically, like, this game is made to be like running around simulator, you know? It's made to be running around and, like, you know, throwing stratagems and, you know, making use of the other systems. It's not made to, you know, use like the mechs a lot, you know? They're just meant to be like a fun temporary like power spike that you could use like every now and then. Do you like Mech Warrior as well? I don't think I've ever played Mech Warrior. You can build around another playstyle, but not the mech. Well, again, like I was saying earlier, if you try to build around the mech or whatever, you're just going to have this instance where it's super, 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 super good, you know? So, like, for example, if I were to build a build, like, around, like, the machine gun, right? If I brought, like, the machine gun, and then I brought, like, a guard dog or, like, a shield to keep me alive, and I brought, like, heavy armor that let me have more mags. Excuse me. The thing is, I still have weaknesses with that. I still have, like, a counter to that, which is, like, you know, enemies like that, you know, assuming I had, like, heavy armor, enemies could run up on me that are quicker than me, you know? Or if I had light armor and I was trying to be, like, a quick machine gunner, then I would have, you know, lower HP, etc., etc. The thing about mechs, though, is you would have this giant thing that has tons of effective HP, and then also has tons of damage on both arms, and could just run through shit and not worry about it. You don't really have, like, a counter. I mean, I guess a 500 kg or something massive, an explosion like that, would technically be your counter, but the point still stands, is that, like, most enemies won't really be able to deal with you. Let's do that. I want to bring, like, I'll bring the laser cannon, actually. I was mentioning that. That'd be really, really fun. There we go. Next or nothing, I in the counter. I love people that have, like, names like that, by the way. Like, that dude's name is Vox Engine, and he's just, like, fucking LARPing in the chat. I think that shit is super funny. I hope you have a wonderful evening, dog. How Shepard's belt book is promise that you can't use it all the time. The same way you can with, for example, your machine gun build. Okay, but, like, the machine gun can't deal with, you know, massive fucking, you know, enemies. Machine gun can only deal with, like, you know, medium-sized enemies and such. That's why we have cooldowns on things like, for example, the orbital laser. The orbital laser is one of the most insanely broken, imaginable fucking stratagems in the game. But it has a long cooldown because of it. Twink. Another thing I'd like to raise a question to, Luke, is, like, I mostly agree with you that, like, sure, there is a way to maybe make it to where you can make it balanced. You know, maybe limit the resupplies so you have to actually be good with your shots or whatever. So, like, if you're actually really skillful with the mech, you know, maybe you could, you know, technically have unlimited uptime, but, you know, you still have to put in the skill and the knowledge of how your mech works or whatever to make it good. Right? I get that. But another question is, with a lot of these things, you have to ask, who would use it, right? Would it be like, you know, because like on one hand, if it was too easy to use, right, and didn't require any setup, then everyone would use it. But if it required a lot of setup and required a lot of like, you know, builds or whatever to like make it effective, would the average person want to do that? Or would they say, oh wait, that's just way too much work, I'm too lazy, I'm not going to do that? Another thing in game design that often happens is like, you can have so many good ideas, you can have so many like, you know, cool like systems in play, but the question is the development time worth it? Will your players actually want to use that and like interact with that system? Because sometimes you can have systems in games that like players just don't fucking like or won't interact with. Which is like, for example, like with the Illuminate, some people really, really don't like the Illuminate, and that's why they're one of the least played factions. So imagine putting all this effort into like a new, you know, faction, and then people just don't play it. We'll get out right here. That right there. And we'll throw the laser right here. There we go.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
This would be a good spot where a skilled mech pilot could do very good, but a general player wouldn't do more than okay. I mean, yeah, but like again, there's just so many things that like sure and like, you know, in theory would be good, but it's just like, do you really want to introduce a meta where being in the mech for a long time would be like, you know, a thing that you think would be stable for the game? It's more, I'm more of asking the question, you can probably find a way to make it good, but should you, you know? Did my super chat arrive? Oh, it did. Thank you for the $2, 3 cents super chat box engine. Also, ignore my dogs, because my parents came home, so they're freaking out. Also, thank you for the follow, 10th Power Man.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. You have maintained our way of life.
If it's not wise, probably wouldn't call it meta, would we? Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, meta by definition is relative, easy to use, or easy to execute. Meta is usually the most effective tactical. That doesn't mean that it's necessarily, you know, easy to use. At least the definition that I've always ran with was most effective tactic available for meta. Being effective doesn't necessarily mean easy. Usually it can mean that, you know, it could mean that pretty easily, but like, for example, like, back in the day, right, like, we had the railgun was like one of the best weapons in the game. Some people struggle with, you know, the charge mechanic, but it was currently the meta. Would that mean that it was, you know, easy, or like what? Because like if something is easy, then that means quite literally everybody should be able to use it. Type of dogs. They are two Dachshund. Well, one's a Beagle Dachshund, and then one's a miniature Dachshund.
There's nothing sweeter than victory in the name of freedom.
Yeah, I personally think that like Helldivers, just like, at least in terms of balance, is pretty good for like in the most part. Like obviously we have some guns here that like, you know, could use some love, like the Pacifier, you know, Constitution. You know, some are kind of like, you know, forgotten about, like the Amendment. No one really uses that shit. You know, some of like the Halo and Killzone weapons, right? Perfectly fine. But like, I don't think that like most of the game is bad right now. I feel like 90% of the game is like, you know, playable, and you know, you can have a good time. Sure, will you have like a couple of issues here and there with like hiccups or bugs? Yeah, obviously. But like, you know, I think people like, I think if you focus too much on negatives, you're just going to be left with an overwhelming like thought of dread and not like want to focus on anything like fun or positives, you know? Because I feel like Sun and Gas would be more popular. People used it. Oh, sorry, I need to scroll back up. But a lot of people don't use it because it doesn't just blow stuff up immediately. So 2 things for that, Pineapple. So 1, usually a lot of people don't use stuff like that because why, you know, stun, gas, and whatever, whenever you could just instantly kill. Which, like, is fine. But there's some times where having gas or whatever can be really, really good like that. But the other side of that is that, what was I going to say? I forgot, my mind just drew a blank. Fuck, I had like a really, really good point, but I was thinking of something else because I heard my mom talking about something in the background. Damn it. Alright, whatever.
Allied destroyer has
Same way you don't see 100% recoilless as AT. It's just wildly considered meta. I mean, there's plenty of other stuff that's like considered meta, you know? Like some of the most popular stratagems that you see in the game are like orbital laser, you know, what's it called? 500 kg, you know, stuff like that. Hello, how you doing? Alright, let's get more people in here. Exactly, and even though they all consider meta, not everyone uses them. Yeah, but there's a difference. It's still using, like, you know, ground gameplay. It's still running around. You still have threats that can kill you. You still have shit that can... So, how do I put this? So, if I am using the heavy machine gun, the recoilless, the railgun, the AMR, literally any of that bullshit, there's one common factor. I'm still walking around aiming and shooting, right? With a mech, I'm in a massive machine that can protect me from bullshit. And that's why it's not going to be, like, considered... Or that's why it's never going to be, like, super, super good. Do you use the coyote? I use it sometimes. I like to mix and match my gear a lot of the time, so. Yep. And a mech, you still have tons of threats that can kill you at all. You're not invincible at all. Well, the thing is, whenever you actually, like, die in the mech, you get sort of like a... Not actually an ejection feature, but it basically acts like one. So whenever your mech gets destroyed, more often than not, you'll come out pretty much, like, unscathed as, like, the pilot. And that's, like, one, like, really, really good thing about the mech. It's, like, sure, a lot of people, like, you know, say it's really weak, but you could otherwise tank a lot of things that you normally wouldn't be able to tank. Anyway, let me get people in here real quick. Stream elements. Is that LJ? Is that your name? Okay, yeah, you're alive. All right. What's your name on here? There's my friend code. Just tell me your name and I'll get you in here. You don't get ejected all the time. Plus, well, more often than not, you do get, like, ejected and you live. Imagine if we had a situation where a dedicated mech pilot has all his loadouts concentrated on the mech. He'll be close to useless without the mech. Of course, not completely. Well, would that same thing not be true if you had, like, you know, someone who had their entire loadout dedicated to, you know, running, I don't know, like a recoilless or some shit? You'd be pretty useless without your recoilless, no? Like, what's the difference between having someone that has, like, you know, a meta that, or like a loadout that is centered around the mech, and then you lose the mech, versus someone that, you know, dies and loses the recoilless? Like, I guess the recoilless, obviously, you can go pick back up, but, like, you're still dead. You're still losing it. I mean, you're not always going to be able to go pick up your recoilless. You know, sometimes it might be in a really bad spot and you would have died there, you know. Sometimes you can. And also, if, like, the mech is as good as you would say it would be, you wouldn't really be dying at all in general. You would just be able to repair your shit. So, like, you know, you shouldn't really be dying in the mech anyway, considering, you know, the way that you said that you should be able to repair and resupply it, right? LJ, there you go. Okay, Saru and Han, are you alive as well? Saru, what's your name on here again? Excuse me. Yeah, Khan, just, let me know what your name is and I'll invite you. Khan, okay. Oh, yeah, there you are. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't see you initially say that. There you go. My bad, my bad, my bad. Making discarded repair parts, it seems to appeal. Let's imagine mech pilot would be able to have a special resupply stratagem that would send the mech back to the destroyer. I mean, yeah. For example, that would be fine. Like, for if you had to get out and you had to call it back or whatever, like, send it to the destroyer and come back. Like, let's say it took, like, I don't know, like 30 seconds to like a minute or whatever, you know? I feel like that'd be fine. But again, it's just like, I still feel like if you buff the mechs up too much, there's still just going to be this just, you know, walking mass of just destruction, which, like, it does sound fun. It sounds great and amazing. But you have to be really, really careful with how good you make them. Because if they're too good, then, you know, people are just going to, you know, flock to them and use them. And there would be really no reason to use, like, you know, a lot of other things and such.
Take us to the fight.
Because, like, the only place that mechs, like, actually struggle in is, like, versus the bots. That's, like, it. But, like, if you use them against the bugs or, like, eliminate, 99% of the time, you should just be able to just use all your ammo and not run into any issues. Some form of cooldown reduction, sitting in live, mech, back to spaceship, making a... Yeah, I could see that, Luke. I can see that being alright. But again, another thing that raises the question is, like, would people want to interact with that? Like, would that be, like, a, you know, a thing that people would like to do? Or would they just, you know... Because some people might not be thinking about it logically like you are, you know? They'd just be like, oh, what the fuck, I have to send it away, this shit is bad, I hate it, rah, you know what I mean? So, if you introduce a system like that, you do have to worry about, like, what the rest of the community would say. And that's why it's, like, really scary to just, like, talk to the community as, like, one of the devs or whatever, because, you know, if you say, like, anything or try to say, like, yeah, we'll try to look into it, and then you actually can't do it, you're just going to end up with, like, a bunch of backlash, you know? It's just safer to just not really talk a lot of the time than it is to actually talk and then risk, you know, tons of backlash. Or, like, get clipped, like, out of context or whatever and then post it online. There's just so much, like, bullshit that can happen. Though I do think that what, I think it's Peelstat that's going on Reddit and trying to answer questions. I feel like that's, like, a really good move to do, even if it is risky. Because still talking to your community is always going to be better than not talking to your community. What do we want to run? Fuck it, I'll run the Flame Sentry. Actually, no, I want to run the Laser Sentry. That'd be silly. Jump pack, why not? There we go. Feel bad for the crap that Era has to dig through to get any constructive feedback. Well, that's why if you like actually want to give them like feedback, I don't know. Of course, I don't work for Arrowhead. I'm not affiliated with them. I don't really talk to them at all. But I can definitely say that I have submitted feedback like on the Discord or whatever. Like they have like the little like feedback little form things. I've submitted feedback plenty of times and I've felt the effects after in the game. But again, you have to submit feedback that is like actually like, you know, well thought out and like viable, and not something like, hey, we should get like 7, you know, 500 kgs. Because obviously they're not going to do some shit like that. Is there an app to have viewers vote on what strat you take, one of each color? They choose each. I don't have that, but that'd be a pretty good idea. I was thinking about trying to do something like that, but like I don't really know how I would do it. Because like I don't really like incentivizing shit like channel points, but like if I were to make it just like, you know, things like viewer points, there's some people that lurk in my chat that have like unironically like 1 million already, if not more. So like I would just never be able to play what I want to play. But like on the same time, I don't like to incentivize like, you know, paying or like currency type things, because I feel really dirty about it. So I have to find like a system that like would be, you know, good. Skadoosh. It's fine. Last time I submitted feedback about the bug, ask community in the Discord. Person says it's your fault response. Well, I mean, I don't know like what you said, so I have no idea to tell you if you were like justified or not. But I don't know. Like, I feel like I've submitted really good feedback with like logical explanations and such as to why I think so. And I felt like the effects like later on. Like I remember one time, there was a time that I was saying like, hey, something with the, it was like way earlier on with like matchmaking. There was like a matchmaking thing that I was like, hey, like look, it really sucks to have to like, you know, basically go into somebody else's ship to be able to like refresh the map or whatever, because they didn't have the map refresh option at the start of the game. And I was like, hey, it'd be really nice if we got that. And like a few weeks later we got it, and I was like, holy shit. Like I don't know if that was just coincidence, but it felt like it wasn't. So obviously I could just be coping, but I don't know, like, because there is a thing called confirmation bias. So like if you, for example, if you say like, oh, I want something, and then it actually happens, then someone can take that as like, you know, confirmation as oh, that actually is real, when in reality it could be not.
Changing ice. Dropship.
100 bits, so you get to choose your primary. 500. Yeah, that could be fair.
How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Wee. Wee. Oh, I got hit by a rocket. Are you diving for major order? I usually just play major orders. I don't really care what I play though, to be honest. Like we often play on like plenty of other stuff, so just whatever people are wanting to play at the time, I don't mind swapping.
struggle with clankers more than anything. Definitely taking notes. If you want some actual like advice or whatever, here, let me show you some tips real quick.
Democracy has landed.
So for example, with these bots right here, right? If I just like shoot like anywhere around them, like you see how like incredibly inaccurate they become? Like I could basically just sit here and they just won't be able to hit me. So bots have this thing called suppression. And if you like just shoot in their general direction, then they're not going to be able to shoot you back. And that's why, like, for example, the best, like, defense is sometimes offense, and, of course, sometimes the best offense is defense. But in this case, it's usually the best offense is defense, or the best defense is offense.
Reloading.
And for example, the bots, like, that shoot you with, like, the minigun, if you just shoot them, like, you know, in general, they won't be able to hit you, like, 90% of the time. Unless you're, like, right next to them.
Requesting sentry.
Yep. Oh. That's weird. Yoink. Just killed my teammate. I'm gonna be real, with all the screen shaking, I thought he was like over there, I didn't even see him. I just murdered my teammate in cold blood. Do remember that I have a ring light that is like very bright and it like shines in my eyes, so I can't really see too well in the game. Ooh, that would be such a good fucking... Yeah. Very, very good. Like,
Requesting air support. Reloading.
yep. But I forgot to mention it, like, for example, I like having conversations with, like, that Luke dude on the YouTube chat, because, like, he has, like, a pretty different opinion to me, but, like, we're both being respectful about it and not, like, you know, just trying to, like, badmouth each other. And I really, really, really wish that, like, the Helldivers community was more like that, you know? I think video games, the cool thing about video games, right, is, like, there's not, like, politics, there's not, like, you know, race, there's no, like, you know, anything like that to come and, you know, to... like, you know, do anything, right? There's nothing like that. It's a video game and we all love it and we all want to have fun. So, like, we can just have a good, nice, you know, discussion about it without, like, you know, real world, like, affairs, like, coming into play with it as well. And that's why I think, like, you know, it's such a shame that a lot of the Helldivers community can also just be so, like, you know, like, mad and angry. Like, I wish we could just all have, like, nice little chill, like, conversations like that, you know?
Calling down a sentry. Requesting
Like-
tac pack.
Oh. Well then, that wasn't as bad as I thought. It's okay, the most useful soldier is reporting. Surely my laser cannon will do something, right? Versus the dudes over there.
Requesting air support.
Oh wait, is the laugh fixed? There we go. So I have a jump pack. Oh, okay, well I'm only using the jump pack here to fuck around, so don't think that I'm bringing it for like an actual good reason. But how does it compare to the warp pack? So the warp pack is like you're able to go like through walls and such like that, but the jump pack you're able to actually go a little bit farther if you like have like good, you know, terrain. So like for example, if I were to warp pack like right here going that way, the warp pack would only end up like right like there. But the jump pack can go so much farther. Basically triple the length. Like that.
That's why the jump pack can be a little bit better. But obviously the warp pack is a little bit better at, like, you know, going through walls or whatever. As sometimes, like, you know, if I were to warp pack, like, right here, I'd be able to go straight through the wall. But, you know, if I were to jump pack, I might be able to finagle it, like this, for example. Yeah, and then just, like, barely be able to get over it, maybe. But the warp pack would just be easier to do that. And also just kind of like what you prefer, you know? Both of them are very good and, like, excellent, so just use what you like, really. I should really just go, like, over here. God, I'd love the double freedom. Oh yeah, the warp pack also can do damage as well. Yeah, you can telefrag people. What do you think about stealth divers? Like, are you asking, like, what my opinion on them is? Because, like, I made a whole video about it if you want to. You can go check it out. It's on my channel. I love leveler trick shots with jump pack. Yeah, that too. You can also do, like, some crazy shit with the jump pack. Like, in shooting. Midair. Very, very fun. But yeah, I mean, like, I like stealth diving or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, the armor that I'm wearing, in fact, right now is the stealth armor. I pretty much always wear it. It's like one of my favorite armor sets. Oh, hello. Damn. Got him. Laser beam. Whee! New model clothing? Yeah. I mean, it's a, you know, a couple weeks old at this point, but yeah. What would you like to see in future Warbond? The most, like, requested thing I have, like, right now, because, like, I'm gonna be real, a lot of the things that I wanted, they've already pretty much done. Like, I wanted mech suits from Helldivers 1. I mean, I'd like a stratagem launcher for the mechs, but, I mean, I feel like there's a reason why they haven't included them after all this time. What's it called? The hell? Oh, okay. That's weird looking. But yeah, another thing I would like, I want, like, a pure, like, medic, like, Warbond. I want, like, things that are almost, like, entirely, like, medic themed or whatever. That's what I've been itching for a while. And I don't mean, like, for example, like, just, you know, easy medic stuff. I want, like, proactive, like, good medic gameplay, you know? Or, like, more supportive, you know, stuff. Because, like, we have the little shield, right? We have, like, you know, the stem pistol, you know, we have, like, the, you know, the phalanx shield, you know, the big dome shield and stuff like that. Like, it feels really good to use those proactively, but I'd like to see a little bit more. Because I feel like there's a few things that, like, could round out the kit.
Requesting air support. Calling down a sentry.
Have a grenade themed around healing. Yeah, I mean, I could see them doing something like that. I don't really know how you would do it though. Maybe just like a stim, like liquid grenade or whatever. Just kind of like like that. Oh, I didn't see the leveler. My bad. Healing nanites? Oh, I mean, I don't know if they would want to do something like that, you know? Reload. Oh. I love the double freedom. Oh, I think another thing what I would personally do is, I feel like, I've said it multiple times in the past, I feel like these missions just take a little bit too long, you know? But what I would do is I would personally make it to where, because like the amount of enemies is fine, at least in this instance, but sometimes there's a lot of instances where like you're kind of just sitting around like not really doing anything. So like what I would do is I would either A, increase like the spawn rate of enemies, or B, make it to where it's like instead of like 8 missiles, you have to do like 4. One of those two. But like the problem with making it to where you have the enemies come out quicker is that people that aren't using like, you know, lawn chair meta or whatever, or like, you know, the bastion tank or stuff like that, you know, the enemies will be able to overrun you a lot easier, so. Like, for example, I'm using the laser cannon, and like the laser cannon's not bad, but it's like, you know, it doesn't, you know, exactly kill the War Striders super quickly, so.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
A rover with limited stims that shoots you if you're low. So I think that would be okay and like a safe idea. But the problem with that is like it's not really interactive. It's not really like, you know, it doesn't like have gameplay. It just kind of does its thing, you know? And I feel like, you know, if we were to just have something that just auto heals you over time, you know, it would be very, very boring. I personally would like to see like a proactive, you know, hey, guard, you know, medic guard dog, go do that thing over there, help that teammate or something, you know? What if something to reposition teammates? I mean, I just don't see like being able to reposition a teammate as something that would be like too, you know, good for the game. Because like in theory, right, like you would be able to, let's say a teammate's like pinned down, right? You know, you could have it like pick them up and like take them to your somewhere else, right? But imagine doing that, right? And some random blueberry that has never like, you know, used it before uses it and like gets you killed or some shit, right? How frustrating would that be? You know? Like, yeah, it could be used for Gradiel, yeah. Guard dog with that energy shield like the backpack. Yeah, I think that as well. Like, for example, I said it earlier, but a guard dog where you can have it to where you like point at like one of your teammates or whatever, and then it sends the guard dog, and then it like hovers over them and like gives them like a bubble shield or whatever. Like that would be insanely good because think about it. They could have their own backpack. They could have their own guard dog even, right? And then they could also have you know, or even like the minigun with like the backpack with the minigun. And then still have like a shield around them. Like that would be insanely good.
A triumphant return.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime.
What about a revive dead teammate stratagems? The only problem with that is like you lose limbs quite a bit in this game. And, you know, if you lose a limb, you're not able to revive. They already kind of have a revive mechanic with that one defibrillator armor. Which, by the way, I think for that defibrillator armor, you should definitely be able to, like, run around or whatever. Because, like, you're pretty much already dying anyway. I don't think it's really, like, the biggest deal in the world if you'd be able to, like, physically run. I'm on the 500k too. Hey, Art Cardinal. Yeah, good spin of my teammate. Yeah, true, Craig. It kills teammates if you heal them too much. That'd be cool, but the problem with that is, like, anything that requires you, or, like, would introduce, like, that, like, you have the capability of killing your teammates, could bring about, like, a lot of stuff. Like, it could bring a lot of, you know, bad, you know, behavior. Also, Fana, what's it called? I'll get you out of the queue real quick, if you wanted to leave. There you go. I think there is a leave command, but I don't know the exact one. I'm still pretty new to it. I just want a Juggernaut suit, not gonna lie. That's another thing. That's another thing I've been wanting. It's like just like a Juggernaut suit that you just put on, right? And you get like the maxi gun or whatever, and you just fucking like, bro, that'd be so cool. Like you could only like walk like the Bro spawned and just got fucking war crime, dog. Like, that was so fucked up. Poor guy. He's like, you know what? Yeah, man, my bad, I guess. That's my fault. Poor guy. Gives you armor rating by like Rainbow Mystic Siege. I think that'd be fine. I think like just like an armor mechanic in general. Like for example, like a health bar on top of your health bar, it wouldn't be too bad. Or unless you just mean like physical, like, you know, like make your armor stat go up by like 1 or some bullshit, you know. Yeah, like for example, let's say you call down like it's like a backpack or whatever, right? And you can put it on your back, and then similar to the like resupply pack, you just go up to your teammate and then you give them armor and you give them like 1 additional like, you know, layer of like HP or whatever. I think that wouldn't be too bad, considering you had like, you know, like 4, so you can give yourself 1, your team, and you know, like an additional health bar. And like considering how quick you can go through that health bar, I feel like it wouldn't be too overpowered. Iron Man armor remake? Alright, listen, bro. Listen. I know I am a bastion of balance here, right? But like, if I could have Iron Man and Helldivers, I don't give a fuck, man. I want it. Like, I will be the biggest hypocrite known to hypocrite kind. Let me fly around like Iron Man, please. It's like, Jarvis? Jerk it a little.
Oh. Yep. Whatever do air vehicles in the game. I don't know. They could possibly do something like that, but like, I think personally, if they were to do something like that, they would like make it to where it's like a, you know how the Pelican like can hover over and like, you know, shoot with the autocannon? I feel like they would do something like that, but like you call it in and it's like air support for a bit. There we go. Jesus Christ, bro, this gun is so good. Hoverback would be cool. Oh yeah, I'd like a bike as well. I'm seriously disappointed in the other one. Bro, like, I can't help it, bro. I love Titanfall.
Requesting sentry.
I am a Titanfall diehard fan. Love that game so much. Dude, I should just go like back and replay Titanfall on stream. I might do that. I should just like play more like whimsy, happy games that I enjoy playing. Like similar to Helldivers. COD AC-130 where you pilot the gun instead of... Yeah, I think they could do something like that as well. I mean, I don't know how you would like, you know... I feel like it'd be really buggy and shit, because... You know, your camera being taken out of you and then put into somewhere else, I feel like would lead into a lot of spaghetti code moments, but... I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility. I feel like it's definitely achievable. Oh yeah, for the person that was asking about the warp pack versus the jetpack earlier, another cool advantage that you could do is you could instantly change your velocity, or like your movement vector. So like for example, if I dive like this way, I can immediately go backwards like that.
Reloading. Reinforcing. Throwing supply beacon. Sending in an eagle. Coming in hot. Thank you.
Oh, that was probably a fucking, what's it called? I don't know, you could do that. Yep, it's very, very helpful. For putting Iron Man over Titans. Oh no, I like Titans more than Iron Man. I was just saying, like, you know, if I could also get like a Iron Man like outfit or whatever, I would also do that. I always just liked just Iron Man in general because like the thought of like, you know, it's not the suit that makes Tony, it's Tony that makes the suit, you know? Like, no, like, everybody else could be in that suit, or anybody else could be in that suit and they wouldn't be nearly as effective as him, you know? I'm a very big fan of, like, using your brain to outsmart or be better in a fight, you know? It's also another reason, like, for example, like, in a, anime or like, you know, shows that have like a character with like really simple powers or whatever. Like let's say you have the ability to like control water or some bullshit, right? And then they do so much insane bullshit like with that power. I think that's also really, really fun to watch.
Calling in reinforcements.
How's a de-escalator these days? Haven't used it since God's Buff. It's very good. I mean, the de-escalator before was already pretty good, just the reload time was so, like, super, super, like, long. But it feels a lot better to use now. I mean, you still have to, like, you know, reload it constantly, kind of like, you're using, like, a, you know, pump-action shotgun. But, like, as long as you just, like, you know, constantly reload it, it's really not that bad. You love World Trigger? What's that? I've never heard of that.
Sub-objective nearby.
Like, I know I'm probably gonna get, like, you know, tons of people that hate me, but, like, for example, just one immediate one I can think of, because, you know, I'm a big fan of, like, shonens and shit like that. Like, the first one I could just immediately think of was, like, Bruno from, JoJo, Part 5. Like, spoiler, I guess, he has the ability to control zippers, right? And he does so much fucking bullshit with that. I'm not gonna, like, go into too much detail in case you haven't seen it, but, like,
Calling down supplies.
you know, you would think, like, that's such a, like, nothing burger ass power, but he finds a way to, like, make it, like, good. And I love shit like that, you know? Yep. One of the smartest battle shonen I've ever read and watched. Oh, yeah.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
Like some stuff out of a certain magical index. I mean, I don't know what you would be referring to be honest. It's probably super simple, but, you know, my brain is fried. You both from Freeman. I haven't actually watched Freeman. I've watched like a couple episodes, but I haven't watched it fully.
Calling down a sentry. Dropship.
Mission is progressing.
Bleeding out. Really? We're gonna get the jammer real quick. Another really important thing about like just the game in general is knowing like when you can and can't like go do like shit pretty much safely. So for example, I got a bot drop called in over there, right? And so there's a minimum amount of time that another bot drop can be called in again. So like I can run in here and none of the like the little dudes will like call in a bot drop at all. Also, how the fuck did that not hit? There you go.
Reloading.
Reload. Fuck off. There we go. How's the RGL against heavier targets? It depends which target. For example, something like the Worst Riders, it's not very good. Something like the Hulks, it can be very good. And the Charger, you can actually as well do some pretty good damage. Battle Titans as well, you can also do pretty good damage if you hit like every single shot on its forehead. But it's a bit hard to do that. Like, just all around, for not needing, like, you know, a backpack and being an AoE weapon, it's pretty good. I think the basic grenade launcher can definitely, win versus it a few times. But
Bag's empty.
fuck. Didn't have the angle right. Like, for example, this Hulk right here, right? You can one-shot if you hit him in the eye. It would have been really funny if I fucked that up too. Finally. There we go.
Engaging terminal.
There we go.
I got the terminal.
Very nice. Good light and medium chaff clear. Yeah, basically, yeah. It's really good for light and medium chaff clear, but also can, you know, deal with a couple of heavies if you really need it to. But I wouldn't, you know, recommend trying to use it exclusively for heavy attacks or heavy enemies.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Let's try the last one. I was cooking with it. Your video was super helpful. Thank you, Ranger.
Engaging terminal.
I want to make tons more like it, but like they just take so much fucking time to make.
Clear the area.
Calling down a support weapon. Requesting tac pack. Requesting air support. Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Well, like in case an emergency, take a disposable launcher against a heavy target. Yeah, exactly. And that raises another pretty good discussion. Is like things like the AMR, the railgun, you know, stuff like that, right? You're not really supposed to be like killing a lot of like super heavy targets, like super efficiently, because you have to remember it doesn't like take like a backpack slot. It doesn't take like, you know, you can also reload it on the fly. You have tons of rounds with it, you know. Those weapons are better at killing like, you know, medium targets extremely quickly, but they do have a little bit of damage and capabilities of doing damage to heavier targets. So like, for example, with the railgun, right? You can kill like a Battle Titan in like a couple hits or whatever, sure. But like, you know, you still run the risk of blowing yourself up. You still run the risk of like, you know, just dying in general. Whereas like an eat would just do the job instantaneously.
Reloading.
But like, you wouldn't use like an eat versus like a devastator, would you? You wouldn't use like an eat versus, you know, some other bullshit like that, you know? Like medium targets.
Bag's empty.
Ba, 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 ba. Hey man, I don't want to do this no more. There we go. Like, for example, like, oh, okay, never mind. He jumped in front of me with the jetpack and I fucking exploded. But if I didn't have a jetpack, I would be able to just do that and they'd all be dead.
Ready to liberate. Requesting tac pack.
Yep.
Calling down a support weapon.
That's still good against the other thing. I assume you mean, what's it called? Horse riders, because yeah, it's not really good against that horse riders. Okay, we're just gonna run this way real quick. Not deal with that. Also, again, sometimes the best option, like, is just disengage. You don't have to fight everything.
Reloading.
Sending in an eagle.
Also, for example, right, a bot drop just dropped over there, right? So I now have like 100% free reign to basically run over here and, you know, kill shit.
Requesting air support.
What? Bro, I like never use the fucking grenade pistol. Actually, this one might just be like weird because I tried throwing a grenade. Yeah, like for example, I tried throwing a grenade in there previously, and then it just fucking did nothing. So I think that one in particular might just be like fucked up.
I mean, obviously I missed the grenade pistol shots, but I think like the actual grenades, like sometimes they just get like bugged on like those vents.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. I'm sorry.
Point me to the enemy.
Jump. But it's a lot of time while my team is determined to die for some reason. They get, yeah, shit like that happens all the time.
Enemy patrol, southwest.
Alright. Really? There we go.
Mission at 20 minutes.
Go away. Uh-oh. Go away, dude. Running me down like I'm a fat kid. Or they're like a fat kid with donuts. Phew. Damn, bro, really?
Marking
Yes.
location. Cancel that.
Alright, you know what? Go fuck yourself.
Air support.
Evil automaton fabricator of annoyance and despair. There you go. That's like literally the last one too.
Dropship.
You have served democracy well. Extraction awaits.
Think. By the way, the Loyalist is a great pick of the bot. Oh yeah, I know. I used to use the Loyalist like all the fucking time. But like I just don't really use it that much anymore because I got bored of it. I like to swap my loadouts like all the time. I don't really like to use like the same shit over and over. Sometimes I use the same stuff if I'm like heavily in discussion and I want to like, you know, not worry about, you know, having to play the game properly.
Requesting sentry. Box, east, 50 meters.
I can't really kill that thing.
Bots, southeast, 100 meters. Requesting air support. Bots, southeast, 100 meters.
Hey, buddy. There you go.
Bots, east, 100 meters.
Sending in an eagle.
It's gonna land like right on top of it.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Alright. Main gun is destroyed on it. Die! Ha ha ha. Yes, surely this will do something.
That's empty. Reloading.
There you go. Nice. I'm dead.
Calling down supplies.
There we go. What is that song name? No idea. Oh, okay.
Bots, west, 100 meters. Sending in an eagle.
How much time do we have till movie night, by the way? An hour. Okay. Watch out, by the way, any of y'all watching right now, if y'all want to join, we're doing a movie night. We're going to be watching the Godzilla -1 movie. I said it earlier, but if you want to join, the way to join, you can just join the Discord. And if you pick the movie night role, you'll be notified whenever we're doing it. The way to join, if you do !Discord on Twitch, then a link will pop up. If you're on YouTube, if you go to the description, the link is also there as well. So feel free to join.
Calling down a support weapon.
Type shit.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Calling down a sentry.
Danger, southwest.
What a great movie. Yeah, I've never even like seen it or like heard of it, so a lot of people have been singing its praises, so
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
500 kg is really underwhelming, Ramo. I don't think so. I think there's certain circumstances that it's better for and certain circumstances that it's not. Will you be playing Dota Disco as it comes out? Yeah, I will.
Requesting air
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Ow.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates.
Ow.
This is Pelican 1 preparing for touchdown.
I remember that you also made a video about it. Oh, dude, that video was awful, man. That video was so dog shit. That was like when I was still like super new to making like long form videos that like were covering other topics that weren't just like, you know, me playing the game from stream. But yeah, like I think whenever it comes out, I'll probably make like a better video for it because like that game deserves so much more than the dog shit that I gave it. Popping up.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Liberty smiles upon your trial.
Actually, I think I'll do like one more, and then I'll probably hop off. That'll give you enough time to like get like food and everything like that. How do you feel about martial arts Warbond? Personally, I'd love it, but like if we're gonna be like actual, like dude, that'd be so ass. Like how the fuck would you make that work? Like I love martial arts. Like I've studied like Muay Thai in the past or whatever. I love martial arts so much, but like how the fuck are we gonna make that work, Doc? Let's be real.
Welcome back.
Would it be cool as fuck? Like, could you imagine just like walking up to like a button and be like, "Ugh, this is the stance," like, and then just beat the shit out of it? But like, how the hell would you make that work? You're so real, Michelle. Thank you, Epic. Emotes I can see. Yeah, real. Mongolian or Roman Warbond would be peak in my opinion. Yeah, true. I mean, we already have kind of like a little bit of like the Roman stuff with what is it called? Like these two. These take inspiration from like Roman, at least from what I could tell. Roundhouse kick. A roundhouse kick would be pretty fire, I'm not gonna lie. Could you imagine, like, just like a Warbond that like gives you just like Leon Kennedy's like fucking moveset? Like, oh my god. You know that one move that he does with the Requiem? Where like he like ducks behind and then fucking bang right in the back of the fucking head? Could you imagine that with a Senator? Like a fucking like a bug tries to like fucking like slice your bitch ass, or like a stalker, then you just like dip behind it right in the fucking back of the head for it. That'd be so fucking fire, dude. Dude, we need to get EPG to make that shit, bro. EPG, bro. Look, this is my request to you. Have like a Helldiver, right, with the Senator, and then have him do like the Leon like Requiem move where like he like dodges behind him and shoots him in the back of the head. That'd be so fucking fire, dude. Like. Roundhouse kick us at emote. I mean, we already have the kick or whatever, but yeah. Somebody's cooking here. Retrieve valuable data. What do we want to do? What are the expendable loadout again? That was really fun. I think instead of eats though, I'll do expendable napalm, just for the hell of it. Actually, you know what? Instead of commando, I'll do eats. There you go. Be fun. Martial arts Warbond can bring back metal libs so they can actually hit enemies without breaking their limbs, lol. Yeah, true, I guess. I mean, still, like, you know, the main thing about it is, like, if you have, you know, any type of melee, it's like you kind of have to just make a melee better. The Leon Kennedy Warbond needs to come with some Leon style like democracy one-liners. It's funny you mentioned that, Pineapple. Earlier in the stream, I was playing with like V and a few other people, and fucking there was a like factory strider that was like 1 HP or some shit, and then I said like a one-liner and shot it in the eye. Also, is it just me or like? Do y'all also get like the random moments of like appreciation? I mentioned this a few times on stream before, but sometimes I just get like the random like, damn, I should be really appreciated for what I have in life. And like I get that like a lot of the time. Like for example, like right now. Yeah, sometimes. Yeah, like for example, like I just think like, bro, I get to like play video games and like just yap to my audience and like they enjoy it and have a good time and we're all just like vibing out and such. It's like literally my dream job, you know? Like, and I know it's like super cheesy to just be like, you know, hey, I wouldn't be able to do it without you guys, but like unironically, I literally would not. So like, you know, thank y'all. Y'all are so awesome. I appreciate it. I'm really bad with like accepting like, you know, kindness or whatever. Like if someone's like, hey, I like your videos, hey, I like your whatever, and I'm just like, okay, like, because I play like a lot of like fighting games and like League of Legends and shit like that. So like my natural state is to just be like, okay, is this person trying to flame me? Is this person trying to beat my ass? Like, like But yeah. A creative community that enjoys each other also. Yeah, I thought that was pretty cool. It was kind of on accident too. Like, I think just like, you know, I got really lucky with how nice and chill people are that joined. Boom. There you go. Got it.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I remember my buddy situation. I respect the bad days more than just bumping the road. Yeah. The fight or flight response of a League player. Wow, we fucking for real right now, dog. Unfortunate.
Requesting equipment. Dropships.
Democracy delivered.
Calling down a support weapon.
Sending down support weapon. Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Skadoosh. That's not gonna hit. Lucky. Weapon sway am I despised. League toxicity meets genuine kindness and is very water and oil feeling. Yeah, real. Oh. Thank you.
Injury? What injury? Reloading.
Bot asset destroyed.
Bro, can I please fucking land a single shot? There we go. Yippee!
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Kaboom! See, it's so satisfying to see War Striders pop top. Yeah. Especially when you hit them in the hips and they just explode.
Outpost cleared.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
There we go.
Dropping a pin. East, 100 meters.
I'm out.
Let's try that real quick. Right here, you are gonna die. Woo. Big boom.
Requesting sentry. Requesting air support.
There we go. Tis all safe. Never mind.
Throwing supply
Okay,
beacon.
quickly destroy this one real quick.
I'm out.
Oh, hello.
Calling down a support weapon.
There we go. How curious. Run over here real quick through the stem. And then yeet. Well, you run the fuck away. Follow napalms over there real quick. Gotta be a little bit careful here. Truth and Forces Part 2.
I don't know what I would add to the Truth Enforcers Part 2, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like just like, you know... I feel like the Warbond just itself is already pretty good. Like, I suppose more like fucked up like stuff. Something that's like, holy shit, like we're okay with this. Because like Truth Enforcers are supposed to be like, you know, super hardcore and like, you know, quite literally enforce the truth, you know? Some like real like, you know, military and like evil corporation type shit, right? So like if we had something that was like equally fucked up to go along with it, I feel like it'd be pretty cool.
Calling down a support weapon.
Prepper Man from Truth Forces is so peak. I agree, I love the Prepper Man as well. Just sounds so fucking meaty when you shoot it.
Objective located. West.
I still think the Arctic thing Warbond could be changed to something that works in Arctic conditions. I mean, we already have like what's it called? We already have the muscle enhancement or whatever the fuck that allows you to like move through like snow easier and shit. So I feel like it wouldn't really be needed at that point. But I understand like what you mean. There are a lot of like Warbonds and like perks and gear that don't really have anything to do with the actual fucking, you know, theme. I don't think that's necessarily like a bad thing though. How's your day? Hello, McChicken43. It's like East's long lost brother. I have a friend that goes by McChicken. Thank you for defending our freedom, so Dad. Thank you, Gray. That's very sweet of you to give me that that $1 or $2 super chat. Thank you very much, homie. I'm sorry. Just shoot me in the head, please. Like...
Mission at 30 minutes remaining. Outpost destroyed.
Go fuck yourself.
Requesting orbital.
Requesting equipment.
Okay, bro. I kind of don't just want to like shoot it like right here because if I do, it's just gonna. There you go. It's gonna knock me back, and I didn't want to like fall off the fucking ledge. Ah, fuck. At least I got the reinforcement down before I died. I keep carrying clankers from the stream and stopping to look back behind me. Yeah. I just got a randomly shot. Kitsune, behind you! Watch out! It's right there! Don't you see him? Turn the fuck around, bro. Go, my Pokeball.
Calling down a support weapon.
Alright, chat. I got this. Valhalla!
destroy our way of life!
Double barreled for infantry, G's overkill. Ah, fuck 'em, bro. There's no kill like overkill.
Calling in reinforcements.
If you had a breaching camera and jetpack right there, it would be fire. Yeah, true.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Oh, fuck. I looked away for half a second, nearly walked into my own stratagem.
Found something.
Thank you for your follow, by the way, KCD. Or KCD, sorry.
Say hello to democracy! Package
There we go.
acquired.
Right over here. Thank you for your follow, by the way, damn son. Fall off a 5-foot cliff and take like 30% of your health. Yeah, you hit head first off a cliff and sometimes just don't take any damage. Yeah, bro. You never heard of tuck and roll? Come on, man. Give the program.
Heavy, southwest. Close.
Phew.
Engaging.
Oh.
Take it.
Drop in package.
Phew.
I got the terminal.
Requesting air support. Tactical asset nearby. Sending in an
Calling
eagle.
down equipment.
Package acquired.
Calling down a support weapon.
Dropping package. Calling down a sentry.
Boom. There we go.
Drop ships.
Engaging
Oh, nice.
terminal.
It's already in position. Don't even have to go up there. Hell yeah.
Dropping a ship. North.
Fire.
200 meters. Requesting tac pack. Requesting orbital. Sending in an eagle.
Boom.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Ba, 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 da, ba.
I'm out.
Okay, bro. Like, my bad. That's my fault. You know, you're so right. I'm sorry, dog. My mistake, dog. Like, my fault, original gangster. My bad. Fucking hammer tech or some shit. Like, bro, what?
Extraction is available.
Threaded the needle on that one. Yeah, for real.
Calling down a support weapon.
Dropping package acquired.
I'm out.
Really?
Get some.
There we go.
Get some.
Dropping package acquired.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
I'm not meant for it to go that short range.
Requesting equipment. Reloading.
Outpost destroyed.
Yes, murder.
Calling down a support weapon.
Oh, my fire mortar. Oh, I feel like a fire mortar would be really, really good. I don't know if they'd be down to do one though. Oh, awesome. No one shot. Unfortunate.
Southwest, 300 meters.
Seeker mortar. Oh, that'd be awesome. I'm not gonna lie. Like you just have like a little drone station or whatever,
Have been launched.
and just fucking launches out like just little drones and murders people.
Point me to the enemy.
I'm curious. That's fine. I jumped in the way of it while you're already throwing it. Do not worry.
Calling down a support weapon.
Whee! Airburst mortar? That would be like top 10 like worst ideas. I love it. Add it into the game. Nah, but like airburst mortar like would be cool, but the problem is that it would just kill so many teammates. It would just murder everyone. But like in theory, it'd be really, really good. It'd be a great, fantastic murder if it was actually like, you know, didn't murder everyone in the tri-state area. Like,
Tagging map, southwest. Requesting air support.
why have a mortar when you can be the mortar? Oh my god, yeah, just like one of those like circus cannons you just call down and then you just become the mortar. That'd be fire.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Calling in extraction.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
That's Michael Jackson. That is Michael Jackson. Hee hee.
Rare sample acquired.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Requesting orbital. Southeast, 300 meters.
That's like Foxy jump scared that
Rare
automaton.
sample acquired.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Out.
Ah, unfortunate. It's okay, prepare for trouble and make it double.
Reloading.
Ow.
I'm out.
There we go.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
I'm dead. Hey, free hugs your name, but what type of hugger are you? Are you a squeezer, a long hugger, side hugger?
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
I'd just like it depends on the person, I would say. I think like a long, like intimate hug is very, very nice, but like, oh, unfortunate. But like, you know.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
I missed coworker had a house party today. I've never been to a house party.
Request
I think I'd be scared.
deploying reinforcements. This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. Pelican 1, landing in progress.
Reloading.
Liberty.
Reloading.
Ow. What FNAF game Death Scream is the best? Gotta make a mod for Jet Brigade when they make the noise every time they jump in. Probably just like the original one here. I think the original one is like the most memed.
Reloading. Requesting equipment.
House parties are great because they're not complete strangers that know each other. I wouldn't know, bro. I've never been to one.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
My life for super art. Reinforcing.
Let me tell you something.
Have a taste of democracy.
Okay. Pew. Running after you like you got bills to pay? Yeah, I go. I'd like to contact you about your car's extended warranty.
Calling down supplies. Calling down a support weapon.
Yeet. There you
Requesting advanced weapons.
go. Fire song. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it's got affection mess. I got as a flesh on face to mate. True. Chat, give that man a true. Truth nuke. Thank you for your follow, Black Pride. Ice looks really weird.
I'm out.
Dropping a pin. North.
Bum, 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 bum.
Marking location. Heavy. East. Requesting air support.
Yeah, fuck it.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Reinforcement budget depleted. Extraction
Speaking of that, guess who's living alone for 2 weeks with just their thoughts? I like to live alone, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I'd be perfectly fine. I don't really get, like, lonely.
Victory for the right side of history.
I don't need friends, they disappoint me. I usually just been pretty fine by myself, though. Also, thank you for your tier 1 black card. That's so sweet of you, homie. You really don't need to do that, but thank you so much. The content is free and will always be free, and you don't have to feel the need to subscribe or anything like that, but thank you so much. It's very sweet of you. What is the last mission?
I know, that was the last mission. Think that was the last mission? Yeah, it was.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
Freedom
There we go.
wins again.
Alrighty, well, that is going to be the last one because we have movie night in like 30 minutes, so I want to make sure I have food and all the other stuff like ready for that. So, watching how every video on YouTube and just put on it on Twitch, thought I'd left some support. Oh, that's very sweet of you, homie. Who's the voice of the hydrate notification? Ame, or now Doobie. It's a VTuber. Yeah, make sure y'all join the Discord. We're going to be hosting the movie night over there. Again, if you're on Twitch, it's !Discord. If you're on YouTube, it's what's it called? In the description. And yeah, we'll be doing it in like what, like 30 minutes? Yeah, little under 30 minutes now. Actually, it's closer to 20 minutes, but yeah, whatever. Who cares? Yeah. Anyway, let us find someone to raid real quick.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Alright. Who is streaming right now?
Liberty's enemies march ever closer.
I think I've rated this person before, right? Let's see. Helldivers 2. Is there anyone playing? I kind of want to find like someone who's like a bit of a smaller streamer. This person seems to be streaming. They a cute little VTuber as well.
You're here. The galaxy awaits your
I'm an agile real quick. I have to wait while I look. Thank you for the 70 biddies, by the way. Thank you for streaming the games. No problem. Thanks for hanging out, guys. See you against the next stream. Hell yeah. I think next stream I'll probably be playing like Pragmata. Is probably what I'll do. They look like they have a really cute model. Yeah, you know what? We'll read them real quick. Alright. / read. There we go. Alright, chat. As always, thank you so much for giving me the one thing in life you can get back, which is your time. And if you do decide to give me the one thing in life, or if you do decide to give me the precious gift that is your time again in the future, then I shall see you probably whenever we do Pragmata tomorrow. Or if I don't stream, I'll probably just work on the video. Anyway, I shall see y'all next time. Take care. Bye. Wee. Actually, not here. Bald. You're welcome. Alright, take care.